Question. What board game first brought us the Pop-O-Matic? 215-263 WMMR. We're going to go to Gina, see if she knows the answer. Hi there, Gina. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. All right, Gina, what board game first gave us the Pop-O-Matic?
Trouble.
Trouble is correct. Yes. One moment, Gina.
Was the second game Headache?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't have the stats on the second game for the Pop-O-Matic.
The legend. I'll have to do a documentary movie when I get the financing.
Gina.
Johnny. Gina. Johnny.
I forgot that we can use that with Gina as well.
I got them all. I got Jeannie and Gina and... Did he say Shawnee, though?
Shauna, and I guess Shawnee, because it's a play off of Gina, Jeannie, Sean. Do you want to hear her?
Yeah. Genie. Oh, wait, that's Jeannie. I already moved. Sorry, I got to do this one again. Sorry.
Oh, because there's versions of it intact? Okay.
Yes.
All right, anyway, doesn't matter.
My bad.
Doesn't matter.
Gina doesn't matter.
Just got a $50 Metro Diner gift card. Celebrate Metro Diner's 30th anniversary with past favorites for a limited time, including their classic Reuben stacked with deli sliced corned beef, sauerkraut, melted Swiss cheese, and Thousand Island dressing on grilled rye bread. And you can visit metrodiner.com.
Preston, this just in, Headache did have a Pop-O-Matic as well.
Okay.
So there we go.
Good to know.
Yeah.
So we'll go through some movies. Box office number one was Black Adam, made $67 million, so it was way out in front of the others. Followed by Ticket to Paradise, which is the George Clooney and
right, rom-com.
Rom-com with Julia Roberts. That made 16 plus mil. Followed by Smile, Halloween Ends, Lyle Crocodile, The Woman King, Terrifier 2 was 7th, followed by Don't Worry Darling, Amsterdam, and the top 10 was rounded out with Triangle of Sadness. We'll start with this. In a sneak peek clip of Diane Sawyer's interview with Matthew Perry, which is set to air on Friday on ABC, the Friends star opened up about his struggle with addiction, which we covered a little bit of last week. He also details in his forthcoming memoir, Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing. Perry told Sawyer that he's especially thankful to Jennifer Aniston's support. As Friends had reached the top of the charts, Perry said that he was deep in throes of addiction. He said, at the time, I should have been the toast of the town. Instead, I was in a dark room meeting nothing but drug dealers and completely alone.
Man.
He revealed that listen to this, he was taking 55 Vicodin a day.
55?
When Sawyer mentioned methadone, Xanax, and full quarter vodka as his drugs of choice. He also shared that he was really grateful for Jennifer Aniston for confronting him.
So in this same interview, he reveals, Preston, the Harry Potter reunion. No, not the Harry Potter reunion. The Friends reunion. Yeah. The at that time, the shooting case, and you brought up how he was out of it. He was freshly sober.
Okay.
Like just a couple days when that was recorded.
So he was on the
out of it,
back end of. He probably was still feeling pretty funky.
Yeah.
But she had apparently, Jennifer Aniston had approached him at one point and said, "We know you are drinking." And he labeled that moment as scary. But he said that she was the one that reached out the most. And he said, "I'm really grateful to her for that." So,
I hope this one sticks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Elsewhere, Kim Kardashian celebrated her 42nd birthday with friends and family over the weekend.
You got to imagine, I assume it was Outback Steakhouse, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where you take a party, right?
Yeah.
Or Cheesecake Factory, because we know
apparently-
they love that.
Apparently, things didn't go according to plan. TMZ reported that on Saturday, the Kardashian star was on her way to Vegas to see Usher in concert when her sister Kylie's private plane was forced to turn around due to strong winds.
Oh, God, I hate when they turn my plane around.
I know. When it's your private
Yeah,
plane,
yeah.
and you should be able to do what you want to with your private plane, and they make you turn it around, it's kind of embarrassing, to be honest.
How am I going to burn up all this fuel?
Wait, but actually, it was pretty bad in Vegas over the weekend. They had to cancel that We
Yes.
Were Young festival, too.
Yep. No,
Yeah.
it's legit.
Yeah,
We were
yeah.
just having fun with it. Instead of seeing Usher in Vegas, Kardashian and company headed back to Los Angeles and hopped on a party bus after enjoying Jell-O shots.
Yay!
She and her crew stopped at an In-N-Out for late-night burgers. They were slumming it.
Just like
just like
the
us.
rabble, like us.
What's a normal,
What's that? Go ahead.
what do normal people do on their birthdays?
Yeah, we go to In-N-Out and do Jell-O shots. On Friday, Kim's actual birthday, Khloe and Chris posted sweet tributes to Kim, including old photos and home videos. Khloe wrote that Kim is the poster child of resilience, while Jenner added that she is the strongest woman I know.
They're basically titans.
Yes,
And that's
yes,
something we need to accept.
Although she says that she's the strongest woman I know. I think Kris Jenner could. Don't you think Caitlyn would be the strongest woman she knows? Probably.
Friggin' A.
Yeah. So,
I'm one of the Eternals.
or maybe
You know, at the
Chloe
end of
is.
that movie, that's my hand sticking out of the ocean.
Variety reports that Trevor Noah denied having a beef with Kanye West in a behind-the-scenes TikTok posted to The Daily Show recently.
So they're not beefing, as they say?
He said, why am I beefing with Ye? That's an interesting way to phrase it because a beef has to go both ways.
Exactly. You have to have a two-way beef.
Yeah, Noah said to his
Like a
audience,
hot dog. It goes in both directions.
He said, genuinely, it does. In my limited understanding of the world, beef has always been something that generally will happen between two hip-hop artists.
It's also what's for dinner.
He said, I've never beefed with Kanye West.
Yeah, it's a good point, Steve.
I was concerned about Kanye West, and he added, if somebody says to me that they have a mental health issue and they say to everyone that when they don't take their medication, they're unable to control themselves, and then everyone ignores when that person is having an episode and they haven't taken the medication, and then they perform, then they platform the person and then they put them up.
Exactly.
I sometimes think it's a little crappy, to be honest with you.
I could see Kanye.
That's the beef.
There you go.
That's what's for dinner.
I could see Kanye thinking he's in a fight with somebody, and the
And
other person has no idea
clue.
that they're. Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
That's what you call a beyond beef.
Yeah. So they're not beefing,
No.
according to Trevor, but Kanye thinks they're beefing. apparently.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Olivia Wilde and Jason Sudeikis' former nanny is continuing to stir the pot a little bit. According to page,
Just clawing for any fame she can get.
according to page 6, the nanny claims that Florence Pugh was effing Harry and she had a boyfriend.
Oh, okay. Hang on a second. I thought she was saying that she's hairy.
She's effing Harry.
The biggest bush you've ever seen.
That chick is
This
effing
chick is
Harry.
Effing Harry.
I mean, like, I was like,
Dude.
she have hairy arms? Like,
no,
I'm like, what's
her
going on?
bush is super hairy. We had to start a control fire to get some of the undergrowth. That's how big her hairy bush is.
So, yeah, the nanny had said Florence Pugh was effing Harry.
Sin has revealed that Florence Pugh is effing Harry, according to the nanny. Apparently a large, voluminous bush on Florence Pugh.
This breaking
We
news.
go now to Jimmy Gluszewski, who's in the middle of that bush.
It's crazy. I just saw a toucan.
So, no, she said that Florence Pugh was effing Harry Styles.
Right, yeah.
And she had a boyfriend, hinting at what might have caused all of the Don't Worry, Darling drama. Pugh and Zach Braff had broken up earlier this year after 4 years together. In addition to the story, E! News reports.
We've got Bush. We've got Bush.
Hey, Sean Brokaw.
Oh, no.
We go now to Booger, reporting from Florence Pugh's bush.
We've got Bush. Wow. We've got Bush.
It's time now for the Nerd Report.
Booger is a field reporter. I had no idea. and the fact that Tom Brokaw came out of retirement to cover it.
He said when he thought he had the chance to work with Booger as a journalist, he could not pass it up.
We've got Bush. Wow. We've got Bush.
Booger, describe what you're seeing.
We've
Sorry, that was me. My fault.
We've got Bush. Wow. We've got Bush.
That's Takashi with the commentary in the background. So let's see here. Anyhow, in addition to this story, E! News reports that an animal rescue in Los Angeles issued a statement to set the record straight about another claim made by the former nanny that Wilde had to give up her dog in order to spend more time with Harry Styles. Mayday Rescue said Gordy was adopted to Olivia Wilde at 2 months old, and after giving him much love and training and travel adventures, she realized Gordy didn't love the travel life and wasn't happy around toddlers. Before this decision was made, Olivia called Mayday to discuss, and we were involved in the decision. So it's a bunch of hooey, and they're good to go.
There's been like 11 things coming out of this whole thing that have been instantly refuted by like 12 people each. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's silly. Today reports that This Is Us star Mandy Moore welcomed her second baby into the world with her husband, Taylor Goldsmith.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Moore shared the news to Instagram on Friday, revealing that she had a son named Oscar Bennett Goldsmith.
Welcome, baby.
So they got themselves their second baby. On Saturday, Modern Family actress Sarah Hyland shared a video from her wedding to Bachelor in Paradise star Wells Adams.
So Wells actually serves as a host now. He, I think, was a former Bachelor.
Okay. The wedding was officiated by Hyland's Modern Family co-star Jesse Tyler Ferguson.
It was a kind of a reunion of a lot of the cast members.
In the beginning of the video, Ferguson jokes that this is the final rose ceremony. Hyland captioned the post, "To be married by Jesse Tyler was a dream and a privilege. Jesse, you've been such an amazing friend, mentor, and an integral part of our lives. So happy birthday to the best officiant of all time."
That show is so good. It is like a crack addiction for me. If you're not quite in a good mood, there's so many of them. Thank God there's many years. But you have those shows. Like Cheers for the longest time was that show for me, and this is currently in that number one spot.
So you
always makes me feel good.
You watch it in syndication, right?
Yes,
and syndication doesn't necessarily go in order, or does it? I don't know.
No, then there's not. I mean, there's some sort of ongoing storylines, but you can catch anyone, and it doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you can just drop in. It doesn't matter which season, which episode you're going to enjoy. And that's kind of how I feel about Breaking Bad. I'm like, because I watched it the other night.
Once you know it, now that has an evolving storyline, but you're so familiar with it.
I'm so familiar with it, I'll just drop in whatever season, whatever episode.
But they're both very familiar, similar in Modern Family.
Yes, they are.
Yes, in a lot of ways they're quite similar.
Breaking Family.
Yeah. Machine Gun Kelly is tired of being laughed at as an actor and hopes that his new film Taurus will convince studios to take him seriously. He told Movie Maker magazine that this was either his 14th or 15th movie. He said there are roles that come across
See, he just got laughed at.
that he loves, but says that he gets laughed at because they don't know who he is or they don't know him and the studios don't believe that he can handle it.
I'm going to defend him because I happened to watch about a half hour of The Dirt yesterday as I was just looking for stuff to watch. He's really good in that as Tommy Lee.
There's an old...
Not Tommy Lee. Yeah, Tommy Lee.
Yeah, Tommy Lee.
There's a show called Roadies that he's into. I think.
Oh,
is he good?
Did you watch that?
I didn't
Preston?
watch it, but I'm familiar with it, and I was like, okay, maybe, and then no.
How is he? Is he good?
I loved it. I loved the show. I think, as we're in the industry, it's following roadies, and there's some really, really good moments. If you find it, it's on HBO or Showtime or something like that. But it's worth to watch.
If he's playing in his element, I don't see him as Henry Kissinger, but if he's playing something that's suitable, he's going to be fine.
How is he in it?
He's good. He plays a skater kind of punk kid that didn't belong and kind of weaseled his way into the roadie crew. Okay. So it's a perfect role for him.
According to Kelly, this movie is one step towards showing them that he can do it. Megan Fox is also in Taurus, which was released this year at the Berlin Film Festival. According to Deadline, the House of Dragon finale has been leaked online.
Oh.
An HBO spokesperson said, "We are aware the 10th episode, House Dragon, has been posted on illegal torrent sites. It appears to have originated from a distribution partner in the EMEA region. I don't know that. HBO aggressively monitoring and pulling these copies from the internet.
Have you dabbled yet or no?
No, not yet. I'll get there. The 10th episode, titled The Black Queen, is set to air on HBO on Sunday, the 30th, this Sunday.
I hear nothing but good things about it.
Yeah. 3 weeks after Sacheen Littlefeather, the actress and activist who declined Marlon Brando's Oscar on his behalf in 1973, passed away, a column was published in the San Francisco Chronicle that questioned her Native American heritage. According to the author, Jacqueline Keeler, Littlefeather's sister, says that her Native American identity is a lie. One of her sisters, Trudy Orlandi, told Keeler, "My father was who he was. His family came from Mexico, and my dad was born in Oxnard." However, Variety reports that other Native American writers and activists are denouncing Keeler for having a long-standing vendetta against pretendians. Carly Button wrote on Twitter, "Keeler's desire to weed out pretendians has led to a violent vendetta against genuinely reconnecting natives who don't meet colonial standards." She added, "I am Yaqui and I believe Sacheen." So it's up.
Who knows?
Who knows? But she passed away.
A little after the fact now.
Yep. Kenan Thompson told Entertainment Tonight on Sunday that a draft for the Good Burger sequel has been written.
Excellent. And they have Scorsese locked in, right?
He said, "We're getting really close on
It's Goodfellas meets Good Burger.
Good Burger 2, Thompson said. It's going to happen, and I think it's going to happen soon. We're going to figure out when the pocket of time will be to shoot it, but it's going to happen." And he said it's closer than it's ever been, so I don't think that anything is going to derail it.
And you go get your burger box.
Yeah. Go get your burger box. Oh, my God, I love it. And Steve, as a mascot, have a clown at Good Burger.
Exactly.
That'd be perfect, yes. George of the Jungle star Brendan Fraser joked last week that he had an almost apology to make to the city of San Francisco for a scene from the 1997 film that caused a bit of a ruckus on the iconic Bay Bridge. At a recent Mill Valley screening of his new movie, The Whale, Fraser spoke to SF Gate about filming a stunt sequence in which George rescues a distressed parachutist dangling helplessly from the uprights of the bridge.
Right.
And according to Fraser, Disney hung a deflated parachute and a mannequin hundreds of feet in the air while shooting the bridge scene, which apparently alarmed civilians and at least one news station. Fraser said it brought traffic to a standstill on either side of the bridge. He said, "My trailer was on the other side in a parking lot. I had the TV on, and Oprah got interrupted because there was a special news report with helicopters saying that a parachute is dangling on the bridge." And I'm going, wait a minute. And I'm looking at the helicopters and TV. Somebody didn't pull a permit. Somebody's going to get in trouble with the mayor's office. He said, so I can only apologize for that. So that apparently happened when they were filming that award-winning movie.
Yeah, George of the Jungle.
Yeah.
They're saying the odds are really strong for him getting an Oscar nomination for this role.
Yep. The Whale, by the way, will be out December 9th. So we'll see if he does indeed get that. One more item, and then we'll get to, well, actually, I have a couple items. How about this one? Anyone hoping for a sequel to Tim Burton's Dumbo shouldn't hold their breath. Speaking at the Lumiere Festival, Burton revealed that the 2019 film likely marked his end of long-running creative partnership with Disney. He began his film career as an animator at Disney before Warner Brothers hired him to make his live-action directorial debut on Pee-wee's Big Adventure. And he returned to work with Disney on films like Ed Wood, The Nightmare Before Christmas, Alice in Wonderland, Frankenweenie, and most recently Dumbo. But he believes that the entertainment landscape has shifted to the point where it no longer makes sense for him to collaborate with the entertainment giant. He explained that his experience working on Dumbo made him realize that Disney had gotten too big for him.
Yeah, I thought the movie was cute. I thought they did a pretty good job. I mean, the originals are better, but they're doing all these live action versions, and this is certainly solid.
He said, my history is that I started out there. I was hired and fired several times throughout my career there. The thing about Dumbo is that why I think my days with Disney are done. I realized that I was Dumbo, that I was working in this horrible big circus and I needed to escape. That movie is quite autobiographical at a certain level. He also shared his thoughts about the state of superhero movies. His landmark 1980 film Batman helped establish many of the genre tropes, and he is surprised by how influential it continues to be. He said, it did feel very exciting to be at the beginning of it all. It's amazing how much it hasn't really changed in a sense, the tortured superhero, weird costumes. He said, but for me, at the time, it was very exciting. It felt new. He said, the thing that is funny about it now is people go, what do you think of the new Batman? And I started laughing and crying because I go back to a time capsule where pretty much every day the studios were saying, it's too dark, it's too dark. And he said, now it looks like a lighthearted romp.
He's right. I remember. Listen, I was one of them when they announced Michael Keaton as Batman. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. And the rest is history, and we all loved him.
You also, you needed a song from an artist, right? And now, could you imagine the song that was that for the Batman was that Nirvana song. What the hell's the name?
Yeah, really down and dour.
Yeah.
But for the original Batman, it was Bat Dance. Bat Dance. A little bit different. All right, here we are with the clips for you, gang. After surviving an overdose, a woman returns to her childhood home to confront her personal demons, but instead discovers a real one in Matriarch. Here star Kate Dickie explains who her character is.
Is not what she appears on the surface.
Slightly Scottish, you think?
Possibly, I'm not sure.
She has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
What the hell are you talking about?
That's one of the thickest I've ever heard.
I love it.
Yeah. Can we play that again?
Instead of two, she says tay.
Yeah.
Is not what she appears on the surface. And she has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
Yeah,
I love a hardcore Scottish accent.
That is hardcore.
That is thick.
Though I'll have to see the movie and see, because a lot of times, as amazing as it is, someone with an accent that thick can peel it back, and you wouldn't know.
So Matriarch is out on Hulu now.
Where are you from?
Is not what she appears on the surface. And she has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
It's like a Simpsons character.
I know.
Totally.
Holy crap.
Groundskeeper Willie.
All right, next clip. Here we go. And Ticket to Paradise, a divorced couple teams up to stop their daughter from making the same mistake they think they made 25 years ago. And then this clip star George Clooney explains why he and co-star Julia Roberts never dated.
Is not what she appears on the surface. And she has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
Nice job.
All right, here we go.
I was always in a relationship, or I was in a relationship, and we were fast friends right away, and so it was it's been nothing but fun for us. So I don't think that was ever really a thing.
Vagina.
So Ticket to Paradise is out in theaters now, and it came in second in the box office.
Who's playing the daughter in this, Nick? Do you have? I
don't know. Yeah,
I'm wondering. If we've seen her in other stuff. She looks familiar.
I haven't really paid attention to the daughter character.
The bride, Steve?
Yes. She looks like she's from Evan Hansen, the movie.
Oh, okay.
Ariel Carver O'Neill? Is that her name?
I'm probably wrong, but
Billy Lord's in it as well. Caitlin Deaver. I'm not sure. I don't know who the bride is.
All right.
All right. Well, anyhow, there you go. Your entertainment report for this morning, friends. And that's it in a nutshell.
That's all you need.
We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Obviously, the toast of the town, Philadelphia Phillies. It was just so wonderful yesterday. And we're going to dive into some of that stuff, too. And our buddy Michael Barkan is going to be joining us later on this morning, 9 o'clock hour, to break some things down for us. We have You Who Loot coming up as well. Your opportunity to win some money this morning. That'd be pretty sweet. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
We're opening up about their family life and what it's like behind palace walls.
We enjoy swinging.
The pair joined baking guru Mary Berry for a Berry Royal Christmas.
I love her.
On the BBC.
Did you really?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Sharing his perspective on how he has been talking to his kids about the causes they champion. William noted that when he drives Prince George and Princess Charlotte to school, they point out homeless people and ask questions.
Daddy, run over them. They frighten me. Will do.
He said, on the school run, I know it sounds a little bit...
I killed that one.
Got one.
Keep score back there. Do you all have a pad and paper and pencils and such? 1-1.
Yeah, 2 that time. William also highlighted his late mother, Princess Diana's work, and credited her with opening his and brother Harry's eyes. And he said that a visit to the Passage Homeless Charity was one of the first places I came to, actually. It must have been between 8 and 10 years old, something like that, and it had a profound effect on me. He said, my mother knew what she was doing with it. She realized that it was very important when you grow up, especially in the life that we grew up in, that you realize that life happens beyond palace walls and that you see the real people struggling with real issues.
And this is the cake woman they're talking to?
This is the cake woman.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me all this time?
Yeah. Mary Berry. And
I simply asked, how are you doing?
The special aired yesterday on the BBC, by the way.
There was a throwaway line that made a lot of press. I guess it was in the Daily Mail. She said to Kate Middleton, basically something like, would you like to squirt on the cake?
Oh, geez.
And so there was actually ice age, and they thought that was rather amusing. Why don't you lift up your skirt, hop up on the table, and squirt on the cake? Squirt. You know, like they do in pornographic films.
Royal jelly.
Royal jelly. Wow, you're like a geyser.
Okay. Kevin Costner has set a new drama at ABC. ISB will tell the story of elite special agents of the Investigative Services Branch, whose job it is to solve the most complex and heinous crimes committed in national parks in the Pacific West region.
ISB?
ISB. He is going to produce and write this. It's a procedural. Former The Flash showrunner Aaron Helberg and Costner will co-write and executive produce. And Helbing will also act as the showrunner. I don't think he's planning on acting.
He's producing
in the whole thing.
He's also producing a series for NBC called DVDA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which and it's another division, Preston.
I guess that is.
There's 2 openings in that particular division.
Jesus. Well, and there's 2 different divisions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So 4 openings total.
Yeah.
No, 2 openings,
just 2
4
openings.
positions.
Wow. I'm with DVDA. Any openings there? 2.
You guys are talking about the Delaware Valley Dance Academy, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
4 positions.
4 positions for 2 openings.
Right.
I needed
Look up
that.
DVDA.
I needed that.
Or don't.
Yeah. Or don't.
No, or just watch Blue Waffle.
Or you could just know what that
Go
is.
about the rest of your day without doing that.
Did you guys see the updated E.T. commercial that's
I
on?
did.
It's
Yeah.
great. I love it.
It is
Steven
cool.
Spielberg directed it.
Did he?
That's what
I was wondering because
that's what I read.
I'm like, you can't tread on Steven Spielberg's territory.
Yeah. Well, Henry Thomas, who played Elliot, allegedly tampered with his sobriety test during a DWI stop. According to a police report obtained by TMZ, he refused a breathalyzer during a stop in Oregon. He was reportedly taken to a station and put in a holding cell. And when a urine sample was taken, the report claims he filled it with toilet water.
The oldest trick in the book. E.T. taught him that.
He denies the claim.
If you're ever arrested for drinking, take your urine specimen and mix it with toilet water.
He denies the claim. Last month, the 48-year-old pleaded no contest to driving under the influence. He was given a $500 fine. I was also told to attend a victim impact panel and install a car breathalyzer.
Here, I'll piss in a cup for you.
Oh my God!
There are no minerals in this urine that are not even on Earth anywhere.
It's purple.
It looks like the purple stuff. You drink instead of Sunny Delight.
Breaking news.
Really?
What's up?
Marissa was just telling me you sent it over. Okay. We heard rumblings about this. I guess, Monday, that Pearl Jam is going to have new music out?
Oh, yeah. Bill mentioned something to us about that.
Okay. We have a clip of the song Marissa just sent over.
Oh.
And she's going to get you some information on the album. What's the name of the song, Marissa?
I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She does not. What is it?
It's called Four Corners.
Four Corners.
Four Corners. Just a clip of the song. You want to play?
Ready to go now?
Yeah.
Did you finish the endorsement or the?
I did. Yeah. So limited time offer was the last part of that.
All right.
New music, Pearl Jam. Just a clip of it.
Yeah, like 40
Very cool.
seconds.
All right, here we go. Let's check this out.
Hook, line, and sinker. Even
as soon as the vocals started, his head popped up.
But it was believable vocals. The first line of the vocals was like, well, Casey's going to make fun of this. What's the guitar?
It's actually Mike McCready.
Mike McCready. Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
But you can play now. Both you can play.
Not this.
You know how some songs speak to you more than others?
Yeah. I think this one hits you where you live.
This one speaks to me.
That speaks directly to you.
Directly
I mean, it's for crying out
Gets
loud.
me in all the feels, man.
Casey was so excited. He played that for me yesterday.
I was even more excited last night when Nick tweeted out you had answered somebody's tweet about Pearl Jam coming out with new music this week. I was like, oh my God, this is so perfect.
Well, there's and I saw that you liked that tweet, by the way. There's a
now we know why he liked that tweet.
There's a Pearl Jam account in Italy that actually helps break some Pearl Jam news around the world or whatever. And
Pearl Jamma.
No, it's Pearl Jam Online Italia, and we've been talking about possible new Pearl Jam music all week because we heard from Bill Weston that there might be some.
And that's not it.
And well, no, clearly. But the more we talk about it and the less that actual Pearl Jam music shows up, the more nervous I am about actually talking about it on air because it's just been rumors thus far. You know, we haven't actually had any. So then you got me today. I mean,
Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Because he was certainly impressed with MMR and the whole thing, and you know the reference. If at some point some reference in some way pertaining to you, Nick, ended up in a song, whether it be not by name or a reference or something.
Just
or
call it
the
a day at that point. I just retire if that ever happened.
Yeah.
I'm done.
All right. So that's your breaking news.
Breaking news.
Music news this morning. Brand new Pearl Jam. No, the rumor is actually that there is new music from the band that's supposed to surface.
Supposedly?
Supposedly. I ask you. I guess this week, but whether that comes to pass or not, remains to be seen. So we will see. And yes, we got a lot of people texting that you got them as well.
Nice.
Some phone calls coming in too. So please welcome Mr. Frank Caliendo to the show.
What a great entrance. I walked in and I met old friends from the hallway.
Yeah. Wow.
It was somebody from another station down the hall who was like, wait a second, are you Frank Caliendo? I'm like, yeah. He goes, okay. And then he walked away and didn't let me in. And then I'm just standing there with these other guys, and which we became great friends. No, yeah.
And sometimes you just know.
And then, and then I was like, "You're not gonna just let me in?" I would have left these guys here in a heartbeat. I have no problem with that. And they're like, we would have done it too. They're like, you're just stuck here with these two creepy guys. I'm like, you have no idea what my life is like. You're 0 on the creepy meter. Your creepy meter doesn't even come close to get. They were very nice.
I feel like it's gotten to a point where we should just give you a key fob so you can get in.
I would take it. I have stations where I have that.
You do have the key fob accessibility?
Yeah, I've had that and entry codes like in Arizona.
But now here you have construction going on, so you'd be
so I also have a key.
Peril.
I have a key to a crane.
You do? They gave you a key?
How do you think I got in?
Oh my God!
I didn't take a door. I was dropped in.
It's wild when you come up here. So a lot of people don't know they're actually going to add an atrium onto the building that's going to go up 4 floors. It'll be right outside our window here. So they're actually digging up the whole front of the building. And so we haven't heard it as of yet. But
Nick let me know in advance.
Did you walk over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think? I think I Ubered from across the street?
I wouldn't put it past you.
How lazy do you know that I am?
But your hotel's literally a block away.
Let's just tell everybody where I'm staying. That's great.
Room 472.
Then you want to see some creepy factor, guys? I want to tell you guys because I was so excited this weekend. I shouldn't say never. I hadn't been to one of these in a while. It was a comic convention kind of thing.
Yes. Yeah. You're a comic book nerd.
I like comic books. I'm getting into them. I'm getting back into them. I liked them when I was a kid. I'm more into the stuff that my daughter's into. Barbies, My Little Pony. No,
you're into that. It just got creepy again.
Yes, no problem. I like to comb their hair. My Little Pony.
You know what they call those bronies?
Yeah.
Is there such a thing?
Yes,
I'll get into it. I got no problem.
It's a legitimate fetish. They're called bronies.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. So, hey Jerry, what I was going to do there was going to get real creepy. So this one was called AceCon. All right, and
Arizona?
No, it's a national thing.
Okay.
I think they might do one in Philadelphia too eventually, but they go all over and they do major celebrities from the movies.
Yeah.
So Tom Hiddleston was at this one, who was
cool.
Loki.
Yeah, we love Hiddleston. Yeah.
Oh, and he's nicer in person than he is as Loki. First of all, but he's so nice. But he comes up. I don't know if they. I can never tell this because he was so smooth and so incredible and so British that he comes over and he knew who I was. And that was one of those moments I'm like, well, this is pretty awesome because my daughter's like, huh?
Well, he's an impressionist as well.
Oh, he was
so
great.
he's got to know your stuff.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
He comes over and he's talking about, but he has the one-up. Like, he's friends with Jeff Goldblum. So he's talking about Jeff Goldblum. Yes, he's doing this. He's like, he'll come over and he'll be like, how are you? Good. You look great, Tom. You really do. And that's when you meet people, too, it's like that. So we're going back and forth, me and Hiddleston. Tommy, as I like to call him. Tommy and I are going back and forth doing Jeff Goldblum. We're doing some Pacino and stuff like that. It's like, whoa, he does more of the Scarface kind. But so we're doing that, and my daughter's like thinking this is the greatest thing in the world.
Awesome.
And so that wasn't even the end of it. So I want to tell you about this thing too. So they take pictures with people. Like, you can pay. It's expensive.
Like, it can be for a couple $100.
Yeah,
but you're gonna get a frameable quality
More
photo.
than that,
Yeah.
it was incredible. People were bringing props. People were bringing birthday cakes, fake birthday cakes, and he was doing all of it because it's an expensive thing.
It's like Wizard World here, and
it is
deal.
very similar. I think it might be from the people who created it.
It probably
World.
is. Yeah.
There's something. I'd heard that as a rumor. So they're doing that kind of a thing. We keep running into him. Hiddleston walks up behind me at one point. Who towers over me? I'm 5'6", he's 6'2". He's like, I heard you do a Tom Hiddleston impression. I'm like, no, I don't, but I do the Beatles. That's what it turns into. So then a guy comes in and he goes, Frank! And we're in the back area because originally I was just going to stalk everybody with my daughter. But try and be nice. You guys know what that's like.
But he's looking at his stalkers here in the studio.
No, you do that thing where you respect everybody's space and stuff like that. You do. So we didn't ask for any extra pictures or anything like that outside the times we were supposed to. And this guy comes and he goes, Frank! And it's Todd McFarlane.
Oh, wow.
Spawn.
Yeah. And baseball collector extraordinaire.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he sits down and he starts talking, who's this? This is Juliet. Hey, Juliet. And he starts talking to my daughter. He starts saying, so I was, I actually have this on video.
That actually happened.
Unbelievable.
It's crazy. Who would have thought?
Sox most of the year. It seemed like an underachieving, underappreciated team the whole year. And this team, to me, seems very similar to that just in vibe.
I think that's a good analogy. I mean, in June, they fired Girardi, right? And in May, they were really underachieving. And in April, I said I thought that they were going to make the playoffs, that the playoffs drought was going to end this year. And then they did. And then when they made it to the playoffs, I mean, September was not great. I think they were under 500 in September. They were going up against the Cardinals, who won the Central. Then they were going up against the Braves, who won the Atlantic or the Eastern Division easily. I thought maybe we could beat the Cardinals. I didn't really think we were going to beat the Braves.
Right.
They beat the Braves. Then they're going up against these guys, the Padres, who were hot, also coming into the playoffs.
Yeah.
And took down the Dodgers. And we won in 5. And we're going to the World Series. It's unbelievable to me.
I think a lot of people are going to claim that they saw this coming. You'd mentioned that early. But it's so amazing, and Preston, we were talking earlier, off air, and it's something that I've said, and I know a lot of other people have said. I think it's just the, oh my God, the sort of vibe that makes them a team that's just grateful for every achievement, and so that they don't have this weight of, this was destiny.
They've been playing with house money this whole time, right?
And that could be a dangerous team.
And they keep winning with house money, which is unbelievable. I was thinking about. I was at the game last night, which was amazing to be there, and I was thinking about my dad a lot because my dad is now 75 years old, and he's watched the Phillies and been a Phillies fan his whole life. He was 3 when they went to the World Series and lost in 1950. But he was with those teams in the 70s that were good but couldn't quite make it. And then in 1980, they won it all. 83, they get back to the World Series and they lost in 5 to the Orioles. And so my dad has sort of been there for a lot of those losing seasons, right? And gets used to it.
Right.
And now these guys come out of nowhere and they spend a lot of money on this team. They brought in Schwarber. They brought in Castellanos. They obviously brought in Harper a few years ago. And what Harper did last night, to me, I mean, Preston, I heard you say this earlier, but Hoskins was incredible. He really was. And for him to show up in the series was amazing. But what Harper did last night was nothing short of miraculous. Like, it just was unfreaking believable.
Do you mean this?
On the 7th pitch, Harper hits one in the air, left center field, back it goes! Harper, the swing of his life!
So
that.
that. Great people are defined by great moments.
Yeah.
And that was a great moment. That was the moment. And that was, I'm watching the game. I'm going, wow, wouldn't it be, I'm looking at the count. And I'm like, wouldn't it be amazing if dude step up and did it?
2 strikes.
Yeah.
And did it.
And then, why even give him a pitch to hit? You know what I mean? I'm like, this pitcher's he's smart. He's not going to give him, he's not going to groove one down the center of the plate. And he did, and he shouldn't have. And I remember when Harper was with the Nationals, it was very similar, not in the playoffs, but it might even been like an Easter Sunday game because there were a whole bunch of people at my house, and the bases were loaded, and I was like, all right, just, don't pitch to him, and don't. Then sure enough, he hits a grand slam, and I was like, why would you even give him an opportunity to swing a bat at the ball? Because that's what he does. He's a great player, and just unreal what he was able to do. And then also, Press and I were talking about this, some of the other players who had a couple of low moments during the series, Segura missing that easy double play.
Right.
And Reese had a couple of errors.
Yeah.
And the way they were able to pick themselves up and the rest of the team at the plate was just amazing. And this team was just...
it's mind-boggling. There was I was trying to find the video. Someone, halfway across the city, stepped out and they recorded. You could hear the stadium crowd that far away.
I have it as well. I'll send it to Connor and Marissa. It's great. And he you could hear the song playing.
Yes.
You could hear the fireworks going off. He's walking outside in South Philadelphia and you hear the stadium going nuts like that. Casey, you're absolutely right. I mean, everybody at one point or another has stepped up in this series on this team. And there were 46,000 people last night. Probably 45,998 with them were Phillies fans. We didn't have to deal with any Mets fans. There were a few Padres fans in attendance, but I'm glad we're not playing the Yankees in the World Series because we don't have to deal with Yankees fans coming down. But there were it was such a unifying feeling being there last night in a world where everything is so divisive and divided and everybody hates everybody for everything else. everybody was cheering at the same time last night. It was a unifying moment for the city, and it felt great. And that I'll live with that home run for the rest of my life.
And Steve, by the way, like I have the receipts. I wrote this team off a month ago.
Yeah,
I did.
yeah.
I have the receipts. It's right there in my Twitter account. I'm like, they're not making the playoffs, right? And I'm glad I'm eating my words. I am so
absolutely,
thrilled. It's not that I didn't like the team.
No, you just get into a groove, and you're like, okay, this is the way it's. We'll get disappointed and move on. You took the Joe Girardi you were mentioning, Nick, and
do you think he's happy?
I think so. Yeah,
Right?
I mean, he helped build this team.
Does he get a ring?
He does.
Oh, he does.
He was on the start. Yeah, he was on opening day lineup, so he gets a ring. Yeah,
There you go.
I was just wondering about that. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to play a little clip here. So, Nick, you were at the game last night, and you filmed that last out. You got video of it?
I didn't film the last out. I filmed.
Oh, you got the home run.
The Harper home run. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's hear that. So this is from Nick's seats.
You're watching.
It's so loud that I can't even hear Nick. That's, in fact, Let's- Steve, if you wouldn't mind, hang on. Let me. At the moment, you'll hear the crowd surge. And
Nick,
I heard him on the second one.
Listen carefully. Yeah.
In the crowd, you watch the ball, but we watching on TV. You're just watching whatever the TV gives you. So we didn't watch the ball track, but we just watched Bryce Harper stand there and him standing there.
Yeah.
I go, okay, that's out. It's gone.
That's all you need to know, right?
It was cool looking over his shoulders, Case, because you saw Reese jumping out of the dugout, and then you saw Schwarber looking at it. And Schwarber had that 488-foot home run earlier in the series, and Bryce had the face, that. And so for Schwarber and Reese to watch Bryce's home run last night in the biggest moment of the series was pretty freaking amazing.
Wow. Did you? Was there any question when it left the bat, or were you hanging on for a minute?
I mean, they were down at that point, and it was a weird night too because it was rainy, and there were a couple of moments where you thought, maybe they might pause this for a second. They came out in between innings to try to clean up the infield. There were parts where behind third base there were puddles that were gathering, and I was terrified that they were going to do a 5A 5B like they did in 2008.
Yeah, there were a couple wild pitches, and things started getting slippery.
Yeah,
and I'm like, okay.
And the Padres had the advantage there. I mean, honestly, the Padres had with all those because after that inning, they cleaned, the rain stopped. They cleaned everything up in the in the infield. I'm like, they're giving these guys the optimal conditions.
By the way, if you were there last night, call us 215-263-WMMR. Just want to hear whatever the excitement. How it was? What you want to share?
Let's share it together. Yeah.
Preston, you rang in my head. I was watching in a bar. I was watching at New Wave in Queen Village, and we all kind of knew at that point that the game was over and we were going to win. And I was like, do I videotape this moment or do I just enjoy it? And I just enjoyed it.
Well, good for you.
Yeah.
And,
good for you.
I do regret it. I wish I had video.
You regret it?
Because, I mean, just the way that the place exploded. Like, it was that final breath. We were all holding our breath, and then it just exploded.
Yeah.
But
next time, just get a tripod, places
set it up there.
Yeah, that way you don't have to hold it.
Yeah.
Just let it roll all night.
I had to put my phone away because Steve, Preston's best friend from St. Louis, was also watching and somehow is 45 seconds ahead of me. And so at one point he goes, okay, just one more. So at that point I knew that they had gotten somebody out. I didn't know how.
Yeah. So the three of us were on this text chain, me and Steve and Casey, and he's sending all of a sudden, you go, wait a minute. I'm like a minute behind you guys, and that's all you left it at. So we stopped texting you at that.
I'm going to put my phone away so I can just experience this. Oh, dude. So on Friday night, and this is how dumb I am, okay? Because apparently this has been happening all series, where my daughter's like, hey, I'll bet you $50 that, so-and-so hits a home run, right? So on Friday night, Schwarber, she goes, I bet you $50 Schwarber hits a home run here. And I think he might have been down like 0-1 or 1-2 in the count. I'm like, okay. Because in my mind, I'm like, if he hits a home run, I'm like, I'll give you $50 for a Schwarber home run. Boom. Smashes a home run.
Who tipped her off?
Was she looking at Twitter?
She got the thing on the Score mobile app. She got an announcement. I go,
That's like on a Groundhog Day with Jeopardy. That's awesome.
I'm like, what's your Venmo? And she's like, Dad. I'm like, what? She's like, I was like, you should have just lied to me.
She fessed up to
she
you.
fessed up. She's
What
way
a
too
good
honest.
kid.
Yeah.
I commend her, and she should get into embezzlement. because
Yes.
she's got the mind for it.
Oh my God, that's
I love
so
that.
funny, Casey. That's funny that she thought to scam you like that.
And she'd been doing it like for a few games.
Really?
And I never,
My daughter's going to be a sports reporter.
and I never picked up on it.
Oh my God!
I got to go on Friday. I saw Scotty Hartnell there on Friday night, so it was cool to see him. He said hi to you guys, and then
that's cool.
Is that him in the picture?
Yeah, he was. I was standing a step above him, so it looks like we're the same height.
Yes, dude, he looks like an old man hunched over or something like that. That's funny.
There was a listener named James who stopped me and Scotty and took a picture, and then also on Friday night I saw Pete of Chickies and Pete's, and he said to say hi to you guys, and he's like, we're going to bring the same energy from 2008 when I was in the bar at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly and did the famous. I did that.
Listen, if you get anywhere near the game itself or in a bar, Nick, we're going to have to set you up with the exact same recorder.
I mean, look, the we'll talk probably a little more X's and O's when Bark ends here, but the Astros are really good. But the Phils haven't lost it at home this season, in this postseason.
I will. I'm going to fess up, and I've been saying it, for the past week or two that I watch. I can count on one hand how many games I watched in the regular season, and I'm having so much fun watching postseason right now. I've watched every single game. So I'm not going to, be this bandwagon jumper, quote unquote. But I've always been kind of a postseason person, especially for games like baseball that have a ridiculous amount of games throughout the season.
No, I agree.
I watch one from time to time, kind of passingly, just kind of kill some time, watch a game, go to a game or something like that. But now that things are really, really, every single game means.
And every pitch.
Every pitch means something. It's so exciting. And
You're right.
I've been loving this. This particular series, the NLCS, was a lot of fun to watch. I mean, because all the home runs Saturday night, the 10-run game was just unreal, and it was back and forth.
It was so great.
It was fantastic.
It was, and so I went and saw Tom Segura on Saturday night. So I missed most of the game, but like before Tom came on stage, I'm like, oh God damn it, they were down 4-0 in the first inning, right? And then I put my phone away, and then I take it out right before he's about to. I'm like, oh, it's 4-3 with nobody out in the first down. I'm like, oh, okay, here we go. There's a man on second. It's 4-3 with nobody, And then when the show was over, it was 6-6, and then we watched a little bit in the casino. And I swear to God, by the time we were driving past the stadium on our way home from Atlantic City, that's when the Phils won.
Oh.
It was a really long, and it is like these. And what's weird, Press, is like during the regular season, every pitch and every at bat is just as important.
Yeah,
to the players.
It just doesn't. It doesn't quite feel that way. Yeah.
Agreed. And an interesting stat, and I'm sure we'll talk to Barkan about this later on, which I wasn't aware of, but with Houston, their record versus the Phillies, this is the widest bridge, the widest gap of victories in the regular season of any World Series matchup. It is the perfect Cinderella story setup. It is the perfect David and Goliath setup right now for this to be a legendary World Series.
Apparently, on Friday night, Billy Corrigan was making announcements, too, from the stage. And, Preston, I know you said the word bandwagon, but, baseball is a long, long season. Yeah. So I welcome everybody who's jumping on now and who's getting excited. I saw a great tweet this morning that said, people hate the Astros so much that they are jumping on the Phillies bandwagon. It's kind of like the Eagles-Patriots in 2017-18.
Because they were cheaters a few years ago. And
there was a whole, I remember that whole series of stuff where the cheating scandal. It was fairly elaborate. Yeah.
Let's get some calls. Let's talk to some people. I'm going to go to Neil, who is first in. Hey, Neil, how you doing, man?
Good. How you doing, guys?
Wonderful, bud. So were you there last night?
Yeah, we were in a suite, and one of the things I forgot to tell the person who called, one of the magical moments that you guys were talking about was this was the first time my kids, my son 17, my daughter 12, got to experience a Game 5 situation, and the euphoria that came over them was insane. insane. I mean, it's one of those memorable moments you'll never, ever forget.
Yeah.
And at the beginning of the game, my son's like, all right, Dad, we got to change this up a little bit. Could you please do something? So I gave him a sip of beer, and he was fine.
Stop it.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, this is a ball game.
Yeah, like, it's okay, buddy. It's all right. And he looks at me, he's like, it's not bad, Dad. But it was actually really cool to see the excitement of the kids and everybody around just being all like, I even said to my son, I go, it doesn't matter the race, creed, color, whatever you are. Everyone was so excited. It was it'll be never forgotten.
Unifying, yeah.
Neil, how'd you end up in a suite last night?
My wife works for a company that we were able to get there.
All right.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it online. So that,
I would probably not.
I don't want to get in trouble. But yeah, no, it was pretty cool. And obviously raining out, it was very nice.
Right.
Yeah, no, much better. You know, and Neil mentioned, and I know all of you. I know Nick. You just talked about your dad. I know Chuck D'Amico has a very special memory of this team and all of this stuff. There seems to be in a familial way when you can share that. I know you were alone, Preston, when you were watching it, but that so many stories are predicated, I think, as the years go by, with how it was absorbed through family members and how those moments will always live in your memory.
Steve, through some crazy confluence of events, on Friday night, I was going with my dad, and then some extra tickets came. Whatever happened, I ended up being able to go with my dad, my brother, and my 3-year-old nephew.
Wow.
And so it was just, and the seats,
did the 3-year-old, he need a ticket?
Yes.
Oh, come on.
I know.
But he bought all the beer.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go.
You know, he was our beer runner the whole time. But my nephew kept talking about the game. My dad was talking about the game. It was just a moment we got to share that we'll have forever. And when I was on Broad Street last night, I went after the bar. We of course, walked out to Broad Street, and there were so many families out there. At first, I was thinking, like, is this really the place you want to bring your kids? It didn't matter. Everybody just wanted to celebrate it and have their family with them to enjoy that.
By the way, Casey mentioned a 3-year-old taking a seat. What was the story with and it was the last 2 games, of the seat directly behind home plate was vacant.
No kidding.
The last 2 games, not one person sitting in that seat for the last 2 games.
I wonder. I don't know because I didn't see it.
It is arguably the best seat in the entire stadium.
Every now and then, a player will buy a seat for somebody. And I remember in '93, Kurt Schilling bought seats for his dad who had passed away, and left that seat empty on purpose. I don't know if that's what the case was last night, but maybe.
Is it the seat? Sometimes there's a guy doing with the speed counter.
There was nobody in this seat the entire time.
No, it's not that guy.
It's not that guy.
No, and they won't put a radar gun at that seat.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was just curious. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, that's kind of a waste.
There were some really cute stories that came out like that, like a guy who put his dad's shirt on the seat. Next to him,
right,
and
right, as a tribute. All right, I'm going to go to Fran. Hey, Fran, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi,
Sorry,
Fran.
my voice isn't so good today from all the excitement yesterday.
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
I know. My dad is 82 years old, a lifelong Phillies fan. He has like the Sunday game plan, so he walks slow. He has a cane, but he was there on Saturday night with my son and back down there again with me yesterday wearing his 1980s Phillies jacket with a little baseball hat on, and he was so cute. And he walked from the subway to Citizens Bank Park and back, and everybody was so nice.
Good
to
for him.
But,
he made it.
It was such a blessing to be able to share that special day with my dad.
That's
That said so much of what it's about, Fran, and we're so happy for you that you got to be there experiencing that with him, and I'm sure it just meant the world.
Oh my God, I can't believe it! And we got to see them win the World Series back in 2008. So we plan on being back there again and
Excellent.
experiencing that. It was amazing. I just
Awesome.
had to call in.
Oh,
Thank you,
absolutely.
Fran.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to take my dad to the World Series. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I was lucky enough to go on Friday, and then last night I met some listeners outside of the stadium last night, Michelle and Patrick, and they just went down to be there. They didn't have tickets. They were hanging outside.
So many people were doing that.
They went to the Ferris wheel and the party outside, and so just like hanging out with them for a little bit, and just people sharing in that experience. Just being there last night was cool.
I rode the Ferris wheel on Saturday night. It was great. It was great. We were rolling up to the stadium, and there was no line. And I look at my friends. I was like, "We're doing the Ferris wheel, right? We're doing the Ferris wheel."
Did you guys enter for the lottery for the tickets?
Not yet.
Oh, yeah.
I put my name in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What the hell?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
A plethora.
Oh yeah.
I want to go to this call. Simon is blind and wants to explain his experience. Hey, Simon. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Hey, bud.
Good to talk to you all. It's I heard you were taking calls, so I figured I'd call in. I was at the game yesterday.
Nice.
And it was really a great experience. I listen to the radio usually, but I went with my dad, and he described to me all the things that were going on.
Wow.
And the crowd, it was really electric, the crowd. And one of the things that I did, I thought it was cool. You were talking about the footage that you got and stuff. I actually recorded my experience at the game because I can't see pictures and all that, but I do audio recording, and I got the whole experience recorded yesterday, and
that's awesome.
Something that I'm so proud of because I'll always have that.
Absolutely.
Hey, and Simon, that recording that you're doing, are you also recording, you talking to other people and the
Yes, I did.
That's awesome.
Yes, I did.
It's great. So you'll always have those memories right there recorded.
Absolutely, and I also dedicated it to my grandfather, who was a Phillies fan. His name was Tony Separati, and he passed away on October 20th, 2015. So it was just the 7-year anniversary of his passing. I dedicated this day to him. I said I'm going to definitely go, and I love your show. I've actually been on before. So I figured I'd call in. And
Thanks so much, Simon. That's great.
Oh, yeah.
And what a great tribute.
Thanks, Simon. Appreciate it, man. That's cool. Excellent.
That is, there's countless stories like that.
Yeah. I'm going to go to, let's go to Brittany next. Hey, Brittany, good morning.
Good morning, Gatsu.
Your voice sounds lovely.
Yeah. Oh, my God. I sound terrible, and I'm sorry. But I do want to say I was not only at the game last night, but it was the first time I was ever at any playoff game, and the experience was unbelievable. It was insane. It was the most exciting thing I've ever been to.
Your voice is so it says awesomely accurate. Yeah. It tells the whole story. Yeah. That indicates a whole lot of joy. Post game, did you do anything, Brittany?
We stayed at the stadium for a while to watch the ceremony and everything, and we went to the Majestic store to get the merchandise. The line for that was insane, but it moved very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And then we went to Xfinity Live. We had to pay a cover charge to get in.
Right.
But the floor was an absolute mess, but I loved it.
And this is listen, again, and we were talking about this leading up to this, and as Nick says, you're playing with house money at this point. They can't take all this away from you and from the other fans who experienced it. So listen, we're hoping for great things, but that memory alone will be with you forever.
It sure will. I'm never going to forget it. And I recorded video at the end. I can't even think of any more words to say.
Nice.
That's my experience.
I love it, yeah.
All right, thanks, Brittany. Appreciate the call. We have a number of Yankees fans that are texting in saying they're on board.
Oh,
They're on board.
yeah.
Hop on.
They want to
Hop on.
see Houston lose. So
Yeah, and this is the very first season that I never went to a game.
Oh, not one?
Not one game. So I'm going to put in for tickets for the World Series. And if I win,
I don't think so, Osborne.
hang on a
You're
second.
gonna give them to
Hang
me.
on a
All
second.
right.
I'm going to get them for people I love, not for myself.
I love you too, Casey.
Yeah,
Thank you.
No, my family.
That's a good call.
Yeah. I will not go to a game, but I will watch every single pitch.
All right, I'm going to go to Corey, another call, and we got to take a break here shortly because we have the Yoo-Hoo Loot coming up. Hey, Corey, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Ed Corey. What's up, bud?
What's up? What's going on? Yeah, I was at the game last night tailgating, and I went down there with a bag full of beer, just hoping I was
a bag.
Wait, hang on. Wait, you went out there with a bag full of beer and what?
And just looking for somebody to watch the game with in the parking lot. And I struck out the first 2 times I seen people. Finally found these cool ass people. Let me chill in their RV, and we had a blast.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You just went down and hooked up with people and all hung out and watched the game together.
That's what a bag of beer will do.
Yeah.
Now, was it loose or was it in cans?
Yeah. Oh, it was in bottles.
Oh, bottles.
Okay. Even better.
Yeah, there you
better.
go. You did it right.
So
absolutely,
that's cool, man. Yeah, you ended up being down there just amongst the masses, feeling the vibe, yeah?
Yeah, and I got to go down to Broad Street afterwards. It was insane.
Where on Broad Street were you?
I was at right at City Hall.
Okay.
Yep.
Apparently there were little pockets. I was at City Hall in that like Locust area. There was another party going on Shunk Street.
Yeah.
So there's
Mayfair had something going on. That's kind of been a spot.
Jordan
when things
Mailata
happen.
from the Eagles was down there. He, Steve Keeley from Fox 29.
He was reporting constantly. Yeah.
And so, Jordan is, he's from New Zealand, right? And, so baseball, he's only been here for, a couple of years, and he was just living it up, loved it.
And here, Steve, here's the audio from a mile away that you were looking for.
Yeah.
That in South Philly, but not anywhere near the stadium, a mile away. You could hear it. That's awesome. Wow. Hang on. There it is. That's when Bryce hit it, I'm assuming.
Insane.
Wow. Insane. Absolutely. Well, today is a happy day, friends. A happy day.
Yeah.
And things get started here on Halloween. Is when the first game. We have $1,000 to give away, and that is with you, Hulu'd. B-File coming up, too. Stay with us. Also, later on, our buddy Michael Barcam will get more into the detail of all that stuff with Mike when he gets in here. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
I created a character called, you ever hear of him, Venom? So I was trying, and he tells the whole story of how he created Venom, which is basically they wanted him to, and I've never heard this story before, they wanted him to draw the black costume Spider-Man. That was where it was at that point.
Right.
He's like, I don't want to draw Spider-Man. I can kind of do his voice. I don't want to draw Spider-Man. I don't want to draw him in a black costume. Red and blue, right? And my daughter's like, yes, it's red and blue. And he's like, so he starts drawing it there, and he starts going to. He's like, so the reason Venom's created because I was stubborn. I didn't want to do what they wanted me to do. I was like, and
that was the genesis of the character.
Yeah, that's what it says. He's like, we'll make a villain. He'll be the black character, and then the red and blue will be Spider-Man still. We'll all be happy, and that's how it turned out. Oh. Yeah, it's surreal.
Did you watch The Family Guy this past weekend or the weekend before with Peter goes to the White House and works in the Trump administration?
No.
It was a funny episode, but as you can imagine, it skewered Trump a lot. I thought that it was you. I had to watch the credits because it sounded like your impression of Trump, which is a relatively easy impression, I think,
I don't
to
think
do.
it's very hard.
I think that because of how easy it is, people think that just doing the impression is funny. When that's not the case.
It's not.
Right.
You've always done this.
And mine is tremendous. It really is. There's a lot of people that are talking about my impression. Here's the thing. You guys do a great job. This is probably the #1 show I'll be on right now. And let me say this: the ratings going through the roof. Not even just the roof, through the stratosphere, and Space Force will probably find them. But we'll talk about this for a second. What were we talking about? Doesn't matter. It just got better.
My stuff is silly. My stuff is silly that people who are like on one side or the other, they go, oh, that was great. I had that happen years and years ago in Texas. I was doing George W. Bush.
Yeah.
And they're like, you do, the people out of the same show, people go, you must really love him. That was great how you did that. And other people walk out and go, you hate him, don't you? And I was like, you decide. You decide. That's what you want. If you're listening to me for politics, in this venue, you're in the wrong.
But if you're able to nail it both ways like that, then you hit it.
That's how I want to do it. Yeah. And for me, like, there's enough out there for the people that are pro this or anti this that what am I going to do? Add to one of those sides?
That's our philosophy.
And I don't even believe that I would go. There are things I think that happen that are okay, that are good, and that are bad and awful. And it all happens, and it's whatever. I feel like eventually it's going to work itself out one way or another. But if people just scream and yell from the rooftops, it just makes other people mad.
Yes.
And that's where I come from. And
besides that, Preston and I are big fans of dystopian future movies. So those are cool. Well, however it breaks, whether we're fighting vampires or zombies,
whatever it is,
or whatever, or maybe we're a mailman, Preston, like in the Postman.
Yeah. Listen, my friend Rick and I met up with a lot of people. You just stab them in the brain. That's what you do. You don't grab them by the you-know-what. You stab them in the brain. When you hear that sound, it's tremendous. It gets really, really great.
So, interesting story from the Nick McElwain camp. Your son had to have a medical procedure, nothing serious.
Yeah, he's totally fine. But this was something that I'd never heard of before, and I thought maybe bring it up on the air because of that. It's called an epidermal inclusion cyst. So I'd never heard of that. I obviously know what a cyst is. It was about the size of like a Mento, and it's kind of like a flat disc, about the size of a quarter, but no thicker than a Mento or a Spree or something like that.
Did it have breath freshening attributes to it?
Did it have Retsin?
It didn't have any Retsin, no. Okay. And but removed quickly, easily, 3 stitches, sewed them right back up.
It's funny that you mentioned, Steve, the Mentos and did have the scent to it. When I had a different, and I've talked about it in years past, when I had a completely different kind of cyst. It's called the pilonidal cyst in our tailbone. And I got that thing lanced.
Oh, God.
Most painful experience of my life. Not only did it hurt, Kathy, you're really going to be disgusted by this.
I heard it. I know.
It stunk up the room.
Awful.
Really?
It's awful.
Did it come flooding out? The stench?
It just smelled like rot. It just I couldn't believe it that I was in that much pain and I was still able to notice the putrid smell of that.
Bonus.
Right? Exactly. So let me ask you this. When they removed this from him, did they put him under? Was it done in a
local anesthesia? And but the interesting thing, and I guess one of the differences between the cysts is this one was this sac developed around the infection, and you could a cyst sac, and you could see it. So it was encased in this thing, and so it was almost like a solid just pulled right out of his body. So this protective sac that formed around the cyst sac. Was there. It's what the body does to protect itself from an infection.
It's amazing what the body does in those cases, the way it attempts to expel anything. Any chance if you had left it there, it would have become a pearl?
Maybe.
I have one in my cheek. I've had it for years since I was a kid.
A cyst?
Yeah, and
from chewing tobacco?
No. The doctor said never to remove it, that I don't ever have to, just because it would be like a surgery to
inside or on the outside.
What do you mean? It's like under my skin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know what? If
I can feel it from the inside.
You could have something protruding on the inside of your mouth and not be able to see it or feel it from the outside.
So you wouldn't be able to see it or feel it. You kind of have to push down. So it's almost like hidden between the inside of my mouth and my skin on the outside. But when I get sick, if I have a cold or my immune system is compromised, it gets a little bit bigger.
Would I be able to feel it if I touched it?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to
go all the way around the room.
Yeah, I'd have to show you where it is and direct your finger.
There we go.
We got it.
Don't be scared. I'll lead you. It's okay. Don't be scared. I'm gonna let you caress my inner mouth.
I hate you guys.
Inner mouth lump. It's all right. It happens to lots of guys.
You'll guide my finger?
I'll guide your finger. And when I quiver, you'll know you hit it.
Listen, I thought, too, about different ways I could say that, and that's what came out, because I knew you were going to make something of it.
Oh, I'll quiver when you hit it.
That was my best option.
Money shot.
Yep. Wow. Okay. I've been given the wrap-up sign. We have to take her. I know. Marissa just brought the full list of cysts, Casey.
Because your cyst
is on my list. Because your cyst,
I can't resist.
All right.
I got my finger to your cyst.
And I'm feeling you quiver. All right, well, we'll come back to these.
Yeah.
Because we got to break and come back, and we got to get Lou Diamond Phillips on, but maybe we can run down the list of sis. The sis list. A tourist in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, faces a couple of criminal charges after firing his gun 6 times at a bear outside the door of his motel room last Thursday night. Gregory Sapp was cited.
Enjoying your stay at the Westin?
Gregory Sapp was cited for illegal discharge of a firearm and reckless endangerment. Police said Sapp claimed the bear was outside his room on the second floor breezeway of the Motel 6.
Dude, I'm just trying to get some ice.
Sapp was not injured. Officers with the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency were unable to find the bear on Friday. They did not know how many shots hit the animal. It is unknown if the bear is dead or alive.
Was there, in fact, a bear?
A neighbor, Anthony Gunter, said, I had heard several shots ring out. It turns out this fellow was shooting at a black bear that he claimed tried to attack him and his wife. He exclaimed that it was a 300 or 400 pound bear, which is the exact size of that bear that's been in our neighborhood for a while. It's a big bear, but like I said, I've never had a problem with that bear.
Sounds like that there hotel bear we've been hearing about.
He said it just goes about its business.
Oh, he's a big fella.
He said I'm quoting you, he was a really friendly bear. He would just walk over here, leave us alone, go over there. I hope he's alive, he says. Police
let me describe what he would do. He'd be over there, and then he'd be over there. I never saw him over there, though.
But he was over there?
I don't recollect.
But he was definitely there in there.
Yeah, 4 times. Well, 2 times there and 2 times there. I keep a diary. That's that book that says there on it.
That's the name of the diary?
Yeah.
It's the bear over there.
That bear over there.
Police said they're still investigating the case. The Motel 6 has several cameras visible on the exterior of the building and the breezeways.
We'll leave the bear on for you.
Neighbors said they take a wait-and-see approach on whether the animal was aggressive toward the motel guests, but they admit that the animals roam the breezeway of the motels.
No reason to be afraid. The bear was over there.
He said those bears will go up and down them ramps of these hotels searching for food, whatever they can find. If the bear was truly aggressive and threatening, the man may be justified for shooting in self-defense. But you are not allowed to shoot a bear just because it's close to you.
Just because it's there.
Yeah. Where was he?
There.
Firing a weapon should only be used as a last resort when there is no other escape option. According to them.
I don't know how fond I would be of a hotel where there was a robust bear population.
On the second floor.
On the second floor.
He was able to make it up there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Without a key.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the Just Saying Institute, located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
The last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath, possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it.
He's a member of the dark triad.
Like Cobra?
I'm going to have to take him out.
Often keep their exes.
He's the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desire for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That we
end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
That we have found out over the last 10 years about relationships and
That's a decade.
love and sex and all that stuff will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean
longer for you, Cather?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you have to clean up right
Get
after.
off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like it's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off.
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better.
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. Positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And that the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
clear history and
there might be.
Erase the history.
What's on Google News?
There might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels.
Do we have to guess which one?
And C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all of that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
WMMR.
Here it is, MMR's Yoo-hoo Loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
All right, we got a word for you. The word is news, N-E-W-S. We're going to give you until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. 3 ways to do it. You can text to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or you can enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules are at WMMR.com. Sponsored by Horizon Services. And the word again is news, N-E-W-S.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, let's share some stories. We're going to start with a disgusting one this morning. Mm-hmm. A Texas janitor is accused of urinating in a woman's water bottle, which the victim claims caused her to contract an STD. A female employee at a doctor's office in Houston. Houston! Noticed that the water in the workplace's 5-gallon dispenser had a funny taste and smell to
This
it.
tastes like piss.
Well, that's how the water tastes in Houston.
This tastes like piss. What do you think?
The woman dumped the water after drinking the liquid that had a peculiar taste. Woman brought her own 16-ounce water bottle to
it's piss
to work after the incident, and she left the water bottle on her desk. A few days later, the woman's personal water bottle had also had a nasty smell and taste. So on September 20th, the woman handed a coworker her water bottle after the coworker offered to fill it with coffee. The coworker removed the bottle's lid and asked the woman, "Why is the water inside yellow?"
Oh, my God.
The coworker smelled
You didn't
liquid
eat the pudding, did you?
inside the bottle and concluded that it reeked of urine. Another coworker noticed that the water in her smart water was yellow and smelled like urine. The woman spoke to a doctor in the building who conducted a urinalysis test of the water. The liquid tested positive for urine. The office was not equipped with security cameras, so the victim purchased a small surveillance camera, and she placed the hidden camera under her computer. She left a water bottle on her desk overnight. The camera was turned on after a motion sensor detected movement. She received an alert on her phone, and it began recording. The woman claimed that the camera caught a man putting his penis in her water bottle. The camera reportedly caught the man putting the cap back on the water bottle and then placing it back on the woman's desk.
Just like so.
The woman caught the man committing the act the next day. She went to police. She provided the police with a water bottle that had urine in it and the bottle that had the man had put his genitalia in. So on September 30th, the victim, who is a married mother of 2, informed police she had tested positive for a sexually transmitted disease. That is incurable. It doesn't say, I'm assuming that this is herpes.
Yeah.
Doctors also said the disease can be spread through bodily fluids, and it can weaken the immune system, and in some cases can be life-threatening. So on October 3rd, a warrant was issued for the arrest of Lucio Catrino Diaz, a 50-year-old janitor at the building. He was taken into custody and confirmed on 2 occasions, he said, because he knew she would drink it every day, that he did it. He admitted to urinating them for the past 8 months. He allegedly did not know how many times he committed the act. He said that he did the bizarre crimes because it was, quote, a sickness that he had. Sick.
Sick. Just pissing someone's water bottle. Sick.
Diaz tested positive for the same STD as the woman that was infected with
How's
it.
that water?
And Diaz was charged with aggravated assault.
Tastes like piss.
With a deadly weapon.
I mean, this freak.
God.
And over the course of 8 months.
Yeah. New York man was arrested on Friday after allegedly fatally stabbing a man who confronted him for his bad manners. Joan Nunez had opened the door of a smoke shop for Edwin Pedroza. When Pedroza walked in without saying thank you, Nunez confronted him, which led to a verbal dispute. Video shared by the NYPD appears to show Nunez and Pedroza engaging in a physical dispute inside the smoke shop. At one point, Pedroza appears to push Nunez against a wall as he holds his hands up. The pair left the shop as the fighting escalated, where Pedroza allegedly displayed a knife and stabbed Nunez in the abdomen and neck.
That's bad manners, too.
Fled the location on an e-bike. Nunez was transported to an area hospital. He was pronounced dead. The guy
stabbed him to death.
He murdered him, over the being called out on his bad manners. Pedroza was arrested Friday morning in Brooklyn and charged with manslaughter and criminal possession of a weapon.
What do you say to someone you stabbed to death?
Wow. A California public school teacher has been arrested after police say she hid a teenager who had been reported missing for 2 years. This is according to the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office. Olga Castillo Olivares faces charges of detention of a minor with the intent to conceal from a parent or contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Olivares is described as a teacher at the Alice Burney Waldorf-inspired K-8 school. Though the boy she is accused of sheltering does not appear to have been her student at the time, cops say that she hid him. According to Katie Smith, the boy's guardian, Olivares is the mother of one of his friends. The bizarre saga began in May 2020 when the then 15-year-old reportedly left his home after an argument. Police say he was reported missing that June. And then in March 2022, he suddenly returned and asked to move back home. Olivares has been placed on administrative leave by the school district pending an investigation. She will still be in police custody as of Saturday evening.
So we're under the belief that this was a consensual thing, that she was hiding him?
She may have been hiding him and letting him live there because he didn't like his living situation. But they're pretty vague on the details right now, but it could be that. But 2 years, that's a long-ass time. All right, and then we'll do one more story. In Florida, the Marion County Sheriff's Office says a 14-year-old student at Lake Weir Middle School broke into her grandparents' safe and stole about $13,500 in cash, half of her grandmother's life savings left over after she had sold the house. And then...
I was going to buy a jet ski.
Then the Sheriff's Office says the girl started handing the cash out to people at school.
So generous.
Handing it out. Parents got a voicemail from Lake Weir Middle School's principal about the incident Thursday, asking the adults to give their kids a call. Michelle Spalding obliged, saying, "That's when I was like, yeah, Mom, the child did come up to me and asked me if I wanted $100. And she said, no, it's got to be stolen, and I don't want nothing to do with it." This is what the student said.
Yeah.
So since Spalding got that call, this has turned into a criminal investigation. The girl accused of stealing the money told deputies a friend who'd moved away gave it to her to hand out.
Well, how about a free tube of Polydent?
Students who accepted the money told deputies the girl claimed that it was her grandmother's money and she had permission to give it away. Some students didn't buy the story and reported it to administrators and the school resource officer. Spalding says her daughter told her she doesn't know the girl who offered her the money. The young girl is now facing felony charges for grand theft. She was arrested Friday morning, given a $2,000 bond. Deputies and officials at the school are trying to get the money back. They found around $2,500 left in the teenager's backpack. One student handed in $200, and at least one other brought $500 back to the front office. Sheriff's Office and school officials are asking parents to check with their kids to see if they received any of the stolen money.
Hi, Grandma.
Yep, so pretty wild. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you for now. All right, you've got about 7 minutes or so to enter the word news, N-E-W-S. That is the you who loot word. So get to that now. You can text it to 45911 or enter it through the MMR app or WMMR.com. Sponsored by Horizon Services, so don't miss this. If you do miss it or don't have a chance to win now, we'll do it again at 10 a.m., noon, 3, and 5 p.m. So get set. The word is news. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Preston Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
He's a professor at the Josane Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh, my God. All right.
Josane Institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
Meghan Markle is opening up about the pressures of being a new mom in the public eye.
Thank you for asking, because not many people have asked if I'm okay, but it's a very real thing to be going through behind the scenes.
And the answer is, would it be fair to say not really okay, since it's really been a struggle?
Yes.
Wow. Says a new mom?
Yeah, she's dealing with being a new mother. Well, you let her tell you.
All right.
Look, any woman, especially when they're pregnant, you're really vulnerable, and so that was made really challenging. And then when you have a newborn,
It's a long time ago, but I remember, yeah.
And especially as a woman, it's a lot. So you add this on top of just trying to be a new mom or trying to be a newlywed.
I know this is probably inappropriate, but I would love to kiss you.
Wow. Excuse me?
I'm just watching you speak, and with your tone is very inviting. I would love to kiss you.
He's the Joe Namath.
He's the Joe Namath of the British press corps.
I'm sure that this is inappropriate, but in that first clip, the British guy says to her that it's really been a struggle to her, and to me, it sounded like it's really penis struggle.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys caught that clip,
Really
but
penis struggle.
Go back to.
You're right. I have struggled with many penises, depending on girth and other factors.
Wow.
But I have a perfect fit in my current husband, and it's good. Sometimes I don't even know it's happening. Thank you.
Wait, let's hear that clip. Hold on.
Would it be fair to say not really okay, since it's really been a struggle?
Yes.
In fact, the other night he rolled over and he said, God damn, that was great. And I said, what? And he had actually completed a sexual act. And I was wholly unaware. I didn't even miss. I was reading a book at the time. I had literally no idea, but that speaks to how quiet he is and how small.
She's turning it into him.
I've had things that were very painful, and I felt, I don't know, in a way, the word would be, I guess, build up, and I don't feel that. I feel as if I don't know. If a person of short stature would have wandered through the Carlsbad Caverns, I think perhaps that's what his penis must feel like.
Oh my God,
it's a penis struggle.
So this was kind of interesting. Jodie Foster almost played Cindy Brady when she was a kid.
Wow.
The Brady Bunch cast
As
revealed
Nell.
on Watch What Happens Live. Yeah, instead of a lisp, she can't communicate at all. So Cindy, Susan Olsen had a little bit of a lisp, and yeah.
Cindy, you can't go smearing your feces on the attic wall. I know it's comfortable for you to spread your spore around the house to chase away predators.
Mr. Brady could even communicate. He could have a moral lesson for Nell, who wouldn't understand him.
Gaya fla bla ta kla. Fuego tabla.
That's Nell.
Where are y'all going? What?
Now, I got to talk.
That's her version. That's her version of Mom always said, "Don't play ball in the house, Steve." Play it one more time.
Where are y'all going? What?
Yeah, Mom always said, "Don't play ball in the house." You know that. But apparently, it was on Watch What Happens live with Andy Cohen, Maureen McCormack, Eve Plum, Susan Olsen, Barry Williams, Christopher Knight, and Mike Lookenlamb were all reuniting there. This is ahead of HGTV's Food Network crossover special, a Very Brady Renovation Holiday Edition. Susan Olsen had said that
James Gandolfini was supposed to play Bobby.
That Jodie Foster was up for Cindy. So
entirely different cast, right?
Yeah, totally different. Something new from Hershey's. I have You guys like Hershey's Kisses, right? I mean, pretty much.
I do. I do. They're especially on the holidays too. You get those cookies with the big single Hershey's Kiss right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, yeah. Hershey's has created a new flavor, and they arrived. No, I'm sorry. They arrived in 2019, and now they're back for Valentine's Day. It is the Hershey's Lava Cake Kisses.
And is it made from actual molten lava?
It burns the inside of the interior of your mouth. Yes. The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
This seems very
it's a Jewish chocolate center.
Bill Weston loves
Is that a Jewish thing?
Is that a Jewish thing?
Gooey.
This has a very Jewy taste to it.
Mazel.
They're so moist and Jewy.
Mazel, mazel. Of course I would say that.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Oh, my God.
And there goes the second.
It's a wonderful cookie with the taste of Israel.
The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
Not a Jewish thing.
Not a Jewy chocolate center. And I just said Jesus under my breath, too. Jeez.
Well, he was a Jew.
That's right. The limited edition holiday flavor is available at Target, Walmart, and other retailers.
I like this concept. Do you like the chocolate molten cake?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God,
I very much do. I bought this for my my wife and I's last anniversary. Wee's anniversary. And by the way, if chocolate has a discolored look to it, does not necessarily mean that it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, I did read that a while back. That doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean?
It's bad. Somebody look
even
it up.
Jewier.
It's
Oh.
It's kosher.
Okay, all right, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So Preston, just a quick thing on these candies, the ones that have the molten, is that a soft center?
It's a gooey,
center.
Chocolate
I
center.
like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. Here we go. It says, when you see white or grayish film on the surface of your food, it normally means product has gone bad, but it's different with chocolate. When the cocoa butter fats in chocolate separate from the cocoa mass and rise to the surface, it results in something called fat bloom. You gonna eat your fat bloom?
Are you gonna eat that fat bloom?
Listen, if you're not gonna eat your fat bloom till I have it, it looks really good.
Did I have
So if it's white, it's
Could I please have your fat bloom? It looks extra delicious.
it might not be bad, but it's called fat bloom. I'm going to pass on it.
Okay.
So let's just make a dessert, cut right to the chase, and fat bloom.
One last thing. Marissa sent this to me. It involves booze, so thank you, Marissa. Red Lobster has added a specialty cocktail to their menu. Red Lobster is now offering a Bloody Mary, but with a twist in line with their brand. It comes topped with a lobster claw and one of their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Wow.
And it does look quite yummy. So it's made from Tito's vodka, Marissa's favorite, and Bloody Mary mix that apparently is custom made by Red Lobster. The glass is then garnished with an entire lobster craw. One shrimp, an olive, a lime, a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and spicy seasoning on the rim of the glass as well. My mouth is watering.
Really? That's working it for you, huh?
Oh, man, a good Bloody Mary. Jeez.
Murray.
You and the Jewish thing.
Jeez, oh, man.
Listen, can I have a Bloody Mary and some of those Jewy candies?
Bloody Murray. We should make a Bloody Murray.
We should. Cream soda, gefilte fish, it's a Bloody Mary.
Manischewitz.
Yeah. Right? Do they make like a raspberry Manischewitz?
Manischewitz.
I've only seen blackberry.
Have with your Jewy candy.
I want to try a Bloody Murray.
A Bloody Murray. Bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
I'm coming.
Oh my!
He said he wanted a Bloody Murray.
and it comes with calamari, which looks like
calamari.
It looks like it's been from a bris.
Sure.
I'll have some calamari, a Bloody Murray.
Anyway,
we need to make that drink now, Preston.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I said, let's put it out there to bartenders.
Yeah, bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
Bloody Murray, and we'll try it out. Anyhow, but I did have a series of stories that all have food in common.
Which means
I think we need our jazzy music because,
It's time for the Connoisseur, a collection of food stories. He gets the best tables. He knows all the best places to eat. He's Connoisseur. Let's go.
Yeah. So there's a thing on TikTok called the Cereal Challenge. Yes, it's another social media challenge. This one is interesting and disgusting all at the same time.
In your butt?
Not in your butt. But here's what happens. Takes two people to do the cereal challenge. Okay. So the first person lies on the floor with their mouth facing the ceiling.
Oh, I saw this movie.
They then open their mouth as wide as possible. The second participant pours cereal into their horizontal friend's mouth, followed by milk. And then all you have to do is make sure that it's in there long enough for the second person to take their spoon and dig in and have a mouthful. And apparently it's very hard to do. It is hard for you as a human being to open your mouth and have and lay in that position and have liquid and substance in your mouth. And then
This
you eat
video
out of
we're watching is dripping out of her mouth and into her ears.
it. Yes.
I'd rather do the Tide Pod challenge.
Yeah, exactly.
Seriously,
Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah.
So you tell me you guys want to try this. You want to send somebody down to Joe's to get cereal and milk? Is that
We
what
can
you were
try
saying?
it. We can
Marissa
try
just brought the cereal in. Do we have milk? We could use water. But who's going to do it?
You know what?
That's gross.
No.
Oh, what do you mean? I'll do it.
You know what? How about piss?
We have cream. Casey, I'll eat it out of your mouth if you want to do it.
Yeah.
Really?
You guys are so
Okay.
gross.
Sure.
All right.
I wouldn't even do that.
No?
No?
No.
Oh, come on. What's going to happen? Is there germs in there?
Oh, man.
You know what? So we're seeing a video. I wouldn't do it because it's almond milk in this one.
Oh, yeah, that's just gross.
Do we have any milk?
Yeah, we got cream.
Okay.
I mean, we could.
Let's do
probably
it.
get
Do we have a
milk.
tarp? Let's put it down and do
Yeah,
it.
we got it. I think I have some.
Yeah, Casey's got something we can lie down so Bill won't freak out if
We
we
have
get
some of
our
those-
disgusting carpet a little dirty.
Let's just keep getting it dirty so they replace
They'll
it.
praise it.
WMMR.
By the way, we have a new Daily Rush video available. It's when Ryan Johnson stopped in, director of Glass Onion, the Knives Out sequel. Came by on Friday, and he talks all about that stuff, his love for Agatha Christie movies, and that small independent Star Wars movie you might remember. You can be the first to see the new Daily Rush videos by subscribing to our YouTube channel, sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at Xfinity.com. And you can also go to PrestonandSteve.com, and while you're over there, Marissa set up this blog of reactions from the Phil's win last night from celebrities, local celebrities, national celebrities, everybody. It's cool. It's a nice little look at everybody, how excited they are.
Fantastic.
It is a wonderful thing. Something we did not do on Friday, I would like to do now, and that is to dive into the world of food as I have a connoisseur.
It's time for the delayed version of the Connoisseur. We didn't get to it Friday, but it's still as relevant as ever.
That is right. All
Because
right.
we never stop eating or we'll die.
Ever. First order up. Nick, what'd you have at the game last night?
I did not eat anything at the game
What?
last night. I know, yeah.
Who are you?
Then don't
That's
eat.
not true. I had a soft pretzel.
Then have a soft pretzel for any game you go to from here on in.
Okay.
All right. I'm not sure how the food has been faring at the ballpark lately, but three Philadelphia restaurant giants, Steven Starr, Mark Vetri, and Jose Garces, are part of the action this season at the Wells Fargo Center.
Okay.
Big improvement, yeah.
I actually ate at a Garces restaurant on Saturday night.
Where'd you go?
I went to Amada at the Ocean Resort.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that's formerly Revel, right?
Formerly Revel,
Okay,
correct.
so I've eaten at Amada there, too. I didn't know
Great
that it stayed there.
views.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah,
Great
I mean,
restaurant.
it's right on the water.
Most def.
So the club level's $50 million improvements is part of a $350 million renovation that's being unveiled to the public, or was recently unveiled. And so when they, so just to give you a rundown, if you have not been,
I'm going to listen carefully because our studio is undergoing a $50 million renovation.
to Wells Fargo Center, because we've gotten, the Flyers underway and the Sixers are underway now, so we're probably spending more time there
Absolutely.
now. So Star Vetri and Garces are working with Airmark Sports and Entertainment, which is the area's concessionaire.
Mm-hmm.
And Star's contribution is a high-end tavern called Adrian. Fittingly named after Talia Shire's character.
Named after my beloved wife who was chewed apart by Buckus.
And Rocky. Buckus killed her?
You didn't know that?
No. But it's a 300-seat restaurant that overlooks.
They gave her a bra made out of jerky trees.
The arena floor, and it was the grill. But
Yeah. Have you guys ever eaten dinner there?
At the Wells Fargo
Yeah.
Center? Yes.
Well, and like watched it during a game too?
Yes. No.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty wild. If you can
It's
score,
interesting. It's
I don't
not,
like it.
Yeah,
No.
I don't.
The food's good.
Yeah.
But I don't like being removed from the action like that.
I agree.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say if you can like mid-season, get reservations right as the game's starting, sit on the glass. Those are my prerequisites. I thought it was kind of cool. I thought it was a cool experience.
I felt like I was in a different building, and like I'd rather be out in the crowd. I was there for Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals in 2010, and I couldn't stay in there for that long because I felt like I was completely removed from the action.
It was a little too quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But if you want to get a great meal while you're at the event, this is the way to go. So it was previously the grill, and the menu includes a 48-ounce steak. What?
48 ounces?
God.
That's a table steak right there.
Jumbo prawns, French onion soup, and Caesar salad.
Just chop the legs off and put the whole thing up on a table.
Vetri's game is pizza. So he knows the need to eat pizza.
Yes.
And the name is MVP. That's the name of the place, which
What am I
actually.
talking about? I am talking about the need to eat pizza.
Which actually is, it kind of stands for Mark Vetri Pizza.
I love that.
MVP as well. Obviously, we know where that lies in the world of sports. MVP.
Is that the way it's always been?
MVP, no, I don't think so. MVP replaces the Bistro.
All right.
A stand on the 11th Street side. The pizza is Neapolitan style, served as a 10-inch personal size plus a 16-incher for the sweets, a roast pork calzone, and drinks round out the opening menu.
I mean, they really have at the Wells Fargo Center. They have done a really nice job of cleaning up the joint and making.
I agree.
Yeah,
it looks awesome. Yeah,
they have a nice little area where the Chickies is, and there's a Shake Shack and all that stuff.
Chuck was telling me because they redid the club level,
right?
They redid all this stuff, and he said he got a chance to be in one of the club level suites, and the bar, a part of the bar, something like that, the table, the actual bar that you would set your drinks on and stuff is ice.
Yes.
Oh.
It's made of ice.
Keeps your drinks cool.
And keeps your drinks cold by setting your glass on the ice. And he thinks it might be only for Flyers games, hockey. It makes sense to do that. So I would have to see that myself to understand how that actually works. But that's pretty cool.
Yeah, except you can't lean on it.
Well, it's not the. Is it the whole? I don't think it's the whole bar.
The whole
freaking bar.
So on the Levels Broad Street side, Garces is fronting Garces Eats. Serving dishes inspired by his restaurant, Village Whiskey's Burgers, a chicken sandwich, duck fat fries, wings, and Cobb salad are up first. And he also has a stand on the concourse for Buena, his expanding taqueria chain as well. The club level also has a premium seating entrance and lobby, a new terrace, new seating options, and themed whiskey and tequila bars. Who would have ever thought, like in the days of the Spectrum, that you would see this?
Jose
arriving.
Garces, yeah.
And just all these specialties.
Yeah.
What
do you default to? I mean, obviously, most often you're going to be getting
beer and a hot dog,
like run and gun food. Yeah, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Slice of pizza or something.
But clearly, there's enough of a revenue stream to warrant this investment. People obviously go in for the full meal.
I mean, even the popcorn is being popped at the place. Before there was just, if you you're talking Spectrum, there were just bags of popcorn that were just sitting in the lower level underneath, where all the locker rooms and everything
that's
are.
how most movies. When you go to the movies, it's they will deliver pre-popped bags of popcorn that they reheat.
Oh, I've seen them where I go. I
you see them freshly popped.
I see them freshly popped.
Yeah, at the UA King of Prussia and Regal Oaks, they pop them fresh there.
This is a trend in stadiums. They're trying to make it more of an experience and bring other people in. Foodies and such like that. It's the trend.
How long before they have the vendors walking around with lobster thermidor? And
thermidor.
Can you pass this pate down?
Creme brulee! Creme brulee! Creme brulee tres leches, right here.
Clams Casino.
So the club level has all that stuff. So they also have the 11th Street side is called Chamberlain's in honor, of course, Wilt Chamberlain, born in Philadelphia. While one on the Broad Street side is called Clarky's, and that's after Bobby Clark.
Oh, I like that.
Yep, cool feature. The bar tops changed to reflect sports being played that day, hardwood or ice. There you go.
Wow. There you go.
This is Michael Klein's article that I'm reading, by the way.
He would know.
I saw him the other night, too.
Oh, where'd you see him?
At the ballpark.
Oh, cool.
He says hi.
Was he eating anything?
No.
Okay. And then
Tell the gentleman you work with and repeat exactly hi.
Yeah. Did he really say hi, or are you just saying that he said hi?
No, he said hi.
Okay.
He said hi to everybody.
I want no more or no less.
He asked if Marissa
now
was
repeat
there.
it back to me.
Yeah.
Hi.
This was Friday.
Garces,
Didn't see him.
Eats, and MVP are accessible by those with club and suite tickets.
Michael, let me get a pen. That was hi, right?
Exclamation point, question mark.
And then Adrian will be accessible by all in the club and suite levels, as well as in Liberty Lofts and Revolutionary Row on the balcony level. Okay. Season tickets.
We still in the building at this point?
Right? Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Revolutionary Row.
Yeah.
And Liberty Lofts.
Is that in space?
I don't know any of this stuff. Wow.
You know, that'd be cool. That's something. You know, you've seen these restaurants now where they actually lift them up through the balloons. You know, where they rise up on the table and everything is airborne.
Oh
no,
you haven't.
No,
we talked about them. Where a restaurant where you can seat like 60 people around a large table and the chef's in the middle, and the thing actually is hoisted up by balloons, like helium. Yeah, like a helium, like a blimp, a mini blimp, and it lifts the entire. I assume you've seen them.
I think I saw a reel about this. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's something we don't have in this area. Some cities have that. Now,
that's
you
crazy.
can't obviously do that during the winter, but in the summer months, you could do that.
So let's see. Season ticket members with seats elsewhere are going to have the option for an add-on to their membership to access those places. So, yeah, it's crazy what they've been able to do at these venues.
Can I share a ballpark hack that I learned over the weekend?
Hold on a moment.
Yes.
All right, Steve.
This is a little different than what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So
I see this. So it's outdoors.
Right.
I thought you were talking about inside.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Okay. All right.
So, Nick, because you were at the ballpark, you saw
Kay.
there were lines. I was going to say Casey. I forgot
Okay.
he didn't go to any
didn't go.
games, and he's not going to any games so that we win. You saw the lines in the ballpark.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I mean, everywhere, beer, whatever.
Bathroom.
Oh my God, the
Various
bathroom line.
souvenirs.
Oh, okay, so now I have two hacks. I'm doing my due diligence.
Order your bathroom ahead of time on the app,
Right.
And then you just have to go pick it up.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
You can order Shake Shack ahead of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you can do mobile ordering and go to the back.
Not that I
and
want
get it.
everybody to mobile order these days, but like, why is everybody not mobile ordering? It's just the easiest thing
Casey,
to do. I walked into Dunkin' and there was like a line of like 20 people. I'm like, I just walked up, grabbed my stuff, and walked out.
I'm not going to say where it was, but I mobile ordered a takeout for dinner. And the mobile order was so backed up. I'm like,
oh, really?
I'm looking at the receipts from the mobile orders. There's like 5 rows of pending mobile orders. The whole and not only that, I made the call. I waited. I went out, ran some errands. I'm like, I'm trying to give them more than the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I told you guys, we were going somewhere and we were going to mobile order, and we did, and it said no because of volume, and we were like 5 minutes away. It said it would be an hour and a half. I'm like, I don't believe it. We just went over there, and nobody was there. Nobody was in line. Rochelle just walked in and got her food and ordered it.
Oh,
yeah.
Walked in and ordered and got out. So I think it depends on where and when you're going.
Yeah.
There are just, obviously sometimes I'm running a little bit late, so I don't have a whole lot of time. So I will order ahead if I just.
It's usually the right call.
If I need to make sure that I'm just walking in and out. And I'll tell you what, the Dunkin' in Rio Grande, Preston, I will never go in there and order at the counter. I will always do the mobile order.
Yeah. It's packed.
Yeah.
Yep, I know what you're talking about.
I thought you were talking about the actual Rio.
No, there's a town called Rio Grande, New Jersey.
It's just for time's sake. It's not. It really doesn't.
I mean, that's in Texas.
Yeah, that's
for Christ's
not far too great a distance for your munchkins.
Yep. All right, so anyhow, there's all kinds of great food available at the sports complex. Yeah, I'm curious as to, I'm really surprised that, Nick, what time did you get at the ballpark?
Well, I had a late breakfast yesterday, so tailgated.
Waffles?
Outside. No, I had a bagel with salmon.
Oh.
And spinach and American cheese. Toasted the bagel.
Now you're talking about territory.
So it was a healthy and large breakfast.
Was that your protein?
That was my yeah. And then we got down to the ballpark and
that was your protein.
That was my protein. And then went into the ballpark and the only thing I ate in there was the
pretzel.
The pretzel, and then I got home and I had a whole frozen pizza.
Okay, all right.
Didn't even heat it up.
I'm curious, Preston, as to, because they still have the designs for the Sixers stadium in Sixers Arena in Center City. Will any of these things be temporary at this point, or do they just go all in because the Sixers are there for the next few seasons?
If you consider, all right, so let's say you figure in a construction time, if they actually follow through with it and all the permits and all the stuff that have to be cleared, if we were talking about the realization of that Sixers stadium in the city,
away.
it's got to be.
Yeah.
And
they might as well, whatever you're talking about right now, Preston, do it because you have 10 years.
In fact, put in your mobile orders now.
it might be right. This is why the Flyers and Comcast are so mad at the Sixers for leaving, because they're doing all of these renovations and spending all this money.
Yep. All right, order up. Got some other things to talk about. It seems like the cost of everything is going up, and your holiday meal is no exception due to the impact of bird flu.
Oh, no.
The price of turkeys may double this Thanksgiving.
So I was going to have, Claire and I decided that because of that we'd switch to emu. But there's a bird flu that's going around them too as well.
How do you like your emu, Steve?
Medium rare.
Medium rare, yeah.
Extra
Okay.
beak.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to be Casey.
Okay.
Can you eat those things?
Yes. Yeah, that's why they have emu farms, right?
Yeah. You can eat ostrich.
I know, I'm kidding.
You see them with the emu head sticking up out of the dirt?
Can you eat those things? It's smiling at me. And could you imagine having the whole thing with the head on it? It takes up the entire table.
A full emu. Yeah, apparently you can. We're looking at emu meat. It's not what's for dinner, but this says its flesh is a nutritionist's dream.
And it doesn't stink, right?
And it don't stink.
I had actually a pretty decent conversation on Saturday about
With an emu?
No. About just the difference in quality of eggs.
Yes.
And it's crazy that we eat chicken eggs as much as we do because as far as my friend was concerned, who has a duck and goose farm,
right?
Like geese eggs are the best. Then duck eggs are really good, and then chicken eggs are kind of like whatevs.
Tasting wise,
as he's walking around, he's going duck, duck, goose. Duck, duck.
Right. Yeah, taste wise, they just said that duck eggs are really rich, and geese eggs are even better.
I wonder if it has to do with the ability to mass produce, what I mean, to farm them. It might be easier.
I think the more chemicals you can put into something, the better it's going to taste.
But also, I don't know. Listen, like a chicken lays an egg every day. I don't know with
says who.
Good point.
What if they're on strike?
Well, if they're on strike, then I don't know what the situation is there because I'm not
Isn't
part of the
crazy
chicken union. But
that chickens can crank out an egg a day.
Yeah,
isn't that insane?
It's crazy.
You know what? I'm gonna lay an egg myself. I'm going to admit, I should say, that there's, and we've talked about this as many times as we've talked about this, I'm not exactly sure how all that works.
Yeah.
Like, how does that happen?
Yeah.
Why is that not, I know it needs to be brought to completely fertilized. I don't even know that. Yeah. I don't even think chickens exist.
Well, and I was telling this guy, because I was talking to his wife, a year and a half ago. We went to college. His wife is
My
no
wife
chicken.
knows that.
His wife and I graduated college together, and I didn't know until a couple of years ago that the eggs were internally fertilized. I thought, I didn't know.
You mean the chickens have sex?
The chickens have sex.
Something's got to go in there.
Yes.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Wait, you eat fertilized eggs?
No.
No, he's just saying in order for a chicken egg to be fertilized.
I will eat fertilizer in lieu of eggs.
Right.
They can lay eggs without them being fertilized, but for one to actually grow into another chicken, there has to be
love. There has to be love.
So when you
the chicken pee.
When two chickens love each other very much.
Can I talk to you for a minute?
So that's why you won't see many roosters on those chicken farms, right?
Yeah.
Because they'll just bang all of them. And,
And then they leave. They don't even put money on the bureau.
Nope.
Roosters don't lay eggs.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, they bang other chickens.
Moses
they bang hens.
Moses didn't have the ark.
There it is.
Right.
Have you had a goose egg?
Survivors did. None of the survivors lived.
They were on the North Pole.
They were on the North Pole, and it's a polar bear.
Did you have a goose egg?
I never have.
I don't think I've had a goose egg yet. I've had duck eggs. They are rich.
Yeah. Okay, so when you say you're saying rich in, so I do not like duck meat. I don't. I find
do.
it too gamey.
I guess, Steve. I mean, maybe this analogy doesn't make sense, but I would say a chicken egg is to chicken meat as a duck egg is to duck meat. Like
Okay.
it's just a little richer and.
Then what's sodomy?
Well, if a man and a woman love each other very much,
like a whole lot.
Like, yeah, the woman really loves the man. She's like really, really in love with the man.
I'm gonna show you how much I love you.
Can we go back to talking about food?
Sure, Maris. That's what we're talking
Now,
about.
how do I get eggs from this?
We were talking about chickens, right?
Yeah, we were talking about chicken.
Okay. Oh, man. Oh, my God. The dead chickens. I forgot.
Maury.
Tatiana.
Gene Simmons still reading the list of the
5 million chickens
chickens
that were killed. Yeah. So anyway, that's a good question. I've never had those eggs either, and I assume by rich, Steve, it means just a richer flavor.
Right, right.
A
So
more concentrated flavor.
we're looking at a size comparison of the various eggs.
Yeah.
I had duck.
I didn't even think about turkey eggs.
I had duck egg omelets, and they were delicious. It was I don't know, it was in like a brunch at one restaurant one time, and it was really good. It just tasted a little bit different. And
How was the color? Darker?
Yeah.
Plaid.
Not plaid. No. Yeah, like yeah, I guess a little
Things
darker.
are plaid.
Would you call it a dumblet? Or a omelet?
A chicken omelet?
Yeah.
Duck omelet? Yeah, sure. You can call it that.
Why would it be any different?
I don't know.
Has nothing to do with chicken.
It stands for chi.
Wait, it would be a chicklet. It would be a chicklet, right? Am I right?
Why is it called an omelet?
A chicklet.
I don't know. It's French.
I'm going to let you finish.
I'm gonna let you finish.
I don't know.
Anyway,
Ah, hell.
turkeys are going to be more expensive
All right.
this year.
And turkey eggs are the biggest.
Yes, they
They are.
Yeah.
In fact, they're larger. Can we get an egg comparison for like an ostrich? Does it go?
Oh, those are huge. They're like not quite basketball size, maybe like Nerf football size.
Dodgeball?
They're huge. Maybe like a dodgeball.
Oh, wait.
I don't know.
If you go up, does it look like there are...
Looks like there's more eggs. We're looking at
Yeah.
a picture. If you could scroll.
Oh, my God.
Holy crap. What is that all the way to the left?
That's an ostrich egg.
Dinosaur?
And I
There we
didn't know that. Is that a dragon egg? Because it's like black.
Have you ever had a dragon egg?
A drumlet?
I don't know what happened.
Droplet.
We got very exact and accurate is what happened.
Oh, right.
Okay. So anyhow, there's bird flu.
Yes.
Usually it spreads during colder months, but this year turkey producers were reporting cases as early as July. Farmers also are facing increased prices in feed, which could be passed on to the consumer.
I was reading that somebody from the Farmers Association reached out to Steve Irwin's daughter, apparently because, and this is this whole big thing about apparently they've had a bird flu that was raging through Australia, and they were seeking some help, and then wires got crossed or whatever. But apparently there are patches of this flu all around the planet right now, and they're really wiping out a lot of birds.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yep, they might get things might get a little more expensive around Thanksgiving.
When ordering a turkey, Press, how big of a turkey do you get? What is it per person? Like how many pounds?
I don't know what the rule is per person. I just know that we end up with 50 pounds of turkey left over when we're done. So I finally told Rochelle to stop buying 16-pound turkeys for a family of 5. And really,
and you're
like, okay, so the one that we had recently, we remember we did a summertime Thanksgiving over at my house.
Yes.
That, and we had you guys over.
Right.
And our both entire families. We had plenty of food for everybody. That was maybe like a 13-pound turkey, and it was plenty for everybody.
It says up here 10 pounds of turkey per person.
Oh,
One.
okay.
One to 1.5 pounds of turkey per person, because the weight also includes the bones, which obviously you're not going to eat. So
Also, you're
it's
going to
not
eat
all
other
meat.
things, too.
Yeah, you got plenty of other food. So, so for a family of 5, like a 10 at most, if you want to have leftovers and do things with them afterwards. So,
Now,
I think.
Because of all this, and just in general, would you have to put in an order? I know you like to go organic.
Yes.
I assume like now, right? Put
That's
an
a good-
order well in advance.
Yeah, I
remember
think
last year was a
Rochelle
big
already
issue.
did order. We ordered from this place called Bolton Farms.
That's what I'm doing literally right now.
And
That's where I get my dragon eggs.
Oh, really? They're good like that. So anyway, just a heads up on that. And yes, you should probably order them now. All right. Order up. Let's see what else we got here. All right, we've been talking about food. Let's talk about drink for a minute. I don't know what I think about this, but if you're doing Sober October, there's not a whole lot of time left on it, but you might want to try this out. It's a take on bourbon. Dr. Pepper is launching a limited edition non-alcohol bourbon-flavored Fansville Reserve. You can drink it on its own or use as a mixer for cocktails. Only Pepper Perks members have a chance to score this beverage.
I'm a Pepper Perks member in good standing 20 years now.
I love Diet Dr. Pepper. I drink it, I don't want to say regularly, but like, so
It's great.
Diet Coke's my favorite.
We
and
said that Diet Dr. Pepper is the closest to the original taste. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and I would probably drink it more if more like fast food restaurants offered it as a fountain drink. But I think really like, what do you call it? Chick-fil-A has it, and not many other places offer it.
Sorry, Preston, did you mention this? This has no alcohol, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So, but I'm skeptical. I don't know how you get a bourbon.
You're a bourbon fan, yes?
Yeah, very much so. I don't know how you would get a bourbon flavor without alcohol in it, but nonetheless. All right, that was just a shorty.
Okay.
All right, here's another thing. I wanted to mention this. A number of McDonald's have been left astounded after realizing the fast food chain's sweet and sour sauce contains what some people to be considered the worst fruit to exist.
Durian?
Durian fruit?
No.
Okay,
I know it's not. It's not. The fruit that they're referencing, and I'm saving it because I want to see if you guys can
Is it
guess.
grapefruit?
Is not what I would consider to be a bad fruit at all. In fact, I think it's pretty tasty. Evan May Gillett claims to have been left shaken after finding out her favorite sauce contained a fruit in it.
I couldn't figure out what it was.
So what do you think is a fruit flavor in sweet and sour sauce?
God, a sweet and sour sauce. I think of something citrusy,
like pineapple or something, right? Yeah, because it's sweeter. But apparently in their sweet and sour sauce, the fruit ingredient is apricot.
Oh, come on.
And I like apricot.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say like green apple. Sweet and sour sauce is my favorite
Really?
of
Okay.
all of the sauces in all of the chains.
lands?
In all chains?
Yes.
As far as dipping sauces go for like chicken nuggets and things like that?
Have
okay.
you had Chick-fil-A sauce?
Oh, Chick-fil-A sauce
Yeah.
is pretty awesome.
This is my nostalgic sweet and sour sauce from McDonald's.
I
The
like
best.
sweet and sour sauce.
My
yeah.
favorite, honey mustard.
Okay. So, yeah, people were found out that not pineapple or mango, but people were guessing things like that, but it ended up being apricot. And apparently some people were astounded by that. Like this commenter said a week ago, I won a free meal through Monopoly, and while eating the sauce, I became curious about what was actually made of, so I read the ingredients and was completely shocked to find out that it was from apricots, or however you want to pronounce it.
What is the proper pronunciation?
I think it's both.
I think it's both.
Yeah, tomato, tomato.
Yeah.
Let's call the whole thing off.
Potato, potato. Same thing.
By the way, programming note real quick, Preston. Barkan is stuck in the traffic that Marissa's been describing, so if you want to extend this a little bit. feel
Well, it's a long road to get here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
yeah.
has
No,
been.
you're absolutely
Just like the
right.
Phillies. They've had a long road. All right, what else I got here for you?
I do like apricots, by the way.
I do too.
That would not freak me out.
I like them on a charcuterie board.
Yes,
So they're
absolutely.
goodies. It's a nice little, it's grapes and apricots and things like that.
Look at it in a charcuterie board.
What is it?
A charcuterie board.
Cougary.
A cookery board. After a stunt where Cards Against Humanity edited an old photo to include a jar of Clamonaise, the gaming company is actually creating the spread. Clamonaise features a tangy, smoky, garlicky flavor with just a hint of real clams. And they actually are selling it at Target right now.
All right. Are you a clam fan?
I do like them on occasion. I
Do you
like
prefer oysters?
I could take either one.
Okay.
I think oysters, like I could sit down and have like a half dozen oysters.
Right.
But clams, I could eat a dozen of those.
Thinking of clams.
Little necks, and I love clam chowder.
Okay.
Is outstanding. So, but I can take or leave clams. I don't hate them or love them. What about you guys?
I don't like any oysters, clams. I don't like
shellfish and
any
all
of
that
that.
stuff.
Yeah, I can do clams casino. I can do Manhattan or New England clam chowder. And
What about fried clams?
I don't necessarily know if I've ever had fried clams.
What about? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, they're just kind of like every other fried type of food.
Yeah,
you know,
probably.
What about emu chowder?
That's disgusting.
The bigger the piece of clam, the less I like it.
Yes, well, that's why. And I made the mistake one time when I was early on and, dabbling in shellfish and stuff is I bought I think they're called cherry stones, which are larger. The little necks are the smallest.
Right.
And I got, okay, well, those taste great. How about I get these? No. They're bigger. They're chewier. They're really hard. And the good thing about little necks is they're tender. They're smaller and tender. They're easier to eat.
Dr. Mike is an oyster aficionado, and he got me to try a couple. And the thing that I noticed is that it seems more like a power swallow than you're chewing and
you can
savoring.
kind of gnaw on it a little bit,
Right.
and then get the flavor and then swallow
Right.
it. But you know what? In chowders, though, they will use those larger clams and they cut them up into pieces.
Yeah.
And then they're cooked and they tenderize a little bit that way.
Steve, you would like little neck clams. It's like a practice oyster. Because they're
Yeah.
tiny. You pop them. It's if you get them
What's
as an
the taste
appetizer.
like, would you say?
I mean,
seafood gum?
kind of.
Yeah. That's probably pretty good. Yeah.
That's
Kind
not
of a
bad.
perfect
It's like salad balls.
description.
The big turnoff for me, though, anytime I go to eat clams, things like that, is sometimes there'll be a little pocket of sand.
That's
in
why I
it.
don't eat mussels.
And it's just like, it'll ruin it for me. I can't stand it.
Mussels
You know?
are too big, chewy, and I think they have more of a tendency to have sand in it, and I can't
I love
take
mussels.
I don't like mussels either, Case.
All over my body.
I love
Oh, I
mussels.
love mussels. Red or white, Nick?
It really depends. There's a restaurant in Wayne called Christopher's, and they make great mussels, like garlic sauce.
What do you mean by red or white?
They're usually on the menu two different
In a
ways, either
sauce?
with a
Yeah.
garlic wine sauce or a red sauce.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I love when it's like lots of tomatoes in there
Yeah.
and you get to eat it and scoop it up. Do you eat it with a fork or do you
Yes.
use the
You
other?
want to use a spoon.
I like the little tiny fork
Oh,
that you get for the mussels.
I always
Marissa,
learned-
so you're
I feel like a giant.
on this. You're as vegetarian. You're
Vegan.
You're pescatarian, right?
Pescatarians.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so I love all of this stuff. This is my go-to.
Oh,
and
nice.
when you eat a mussel, you use the other side of the shell to scoop out the mussel.
Interesting.
So
And then-
it's kind of its own little fork.
You know what? Somebody texts in and says Manhattan clam chowder is an abomination.
No.
You know what?
No.
I don't know
It's fine.
that I've ever had it. I always get New England clam
Yeah,
chowder.
that's
Is that
me
the
too.
red or the white?
I prefer it that way. It's the white.
I know I've never had it because I wouldn't. Though I don't like a lot of this stuff. However, I like crab cakes. Love crab cakes.
Yum.
Preston, I have a spot for you to try clam chowder. It's called Sweet Amalia's Market. It is on the way to the
Sweet Amalia's Market.
It's on the way to the shore.
Okay.
So the next time you're coming home or going down, stop there. It's an oyster farm. This is the place I told you about. That,
Yeah, where is it?
So it's about
Great.
30 minutes outside of the shore. I don't
You
know
leave 'em
exactly
hanging.
what.
Just drive 30 minutes east outside
just
of the
start yelling,
shore.
"Sweet Amalia's!"
All right.
It's in a town.
Cross that off the map.
But you've been there?
I've been there. It's in a town called Newfield. So you take 55 down to the shore and you get off at one of the exits.
Oh, just anyone?
get
Just
off.
pick one?
Yeah, this one looks
yelling?
like it. Yes, where there's a lot of farmland, that's where this place
Down
is.
You
towards
must
like
be one of them clam folks.
down near like Millville or something like that?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
What's the password? New England clam chowder.
Wait, what's that from?
That's Ace Ventura.
Is that the red or the white? I can never remember that. White?
It's my favorite clam chowder.
All right, so Clamonaise is now available if you want to get some, and you can buy it at Target. It's kind of a joke, but I guess it's legit.
It's mayonnaise, though?
It is a mayo, yes.
With a clam taste to it.
Hey, does Dijonnaise still exist? Because that's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And if it doesn't, it's you make it yourself. You take Dijon and mayonnaise and mix it
First,
together.
you have to piss in a coworker's water
That's
bottle.
what you do first. All right, order up. We're killing time for Barcan, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He got into a street race.
Oh, is that what happened? Let's see here. Fresca is moving out of the mixer territory to take center stage. New varieties. I think it's moving into the mixer territory, not out of. Tequila Paloma and Vodka Spritz are crafted with the citrus zest of Fresca and real vodka and tequila. All right, now a Paloma I might be interested in trying for Fresca because Fresca is a grapefruit-based soda.
When I was first introduced to Fresca, it was as a flavor, a drink. Is it most often used as a
mixer?
A mixer?
I don't know. When I was a kid, I thought it was disgusting.
Yeah.
Because it was just too tart.
Tangy?
Yeah,
Yes,
a little too tart and not enough sweet. And but now I because a Paloma has a grapefruit base to it, that's actually a pretty good idea. And a vodka spritz. They're crafted with the citrus zest of Fresca and real vodka and tequila, now available nationwide at retailers selling alcoholic spirits. So
2 sips and my panties fall off.
Two sips, that's it?
That's it, huh? Hang on. What movie is the Fresca thing?
It's from Caddyshack.
Caddyshack. Okay.
How about a
thank you.
Fresca?
Yeah.
Bill Weston.
Drop by the yacht club. Yes, totally.
Yeah.
We should get him some Fresca.
I need you to stop talking.
And order me a Fresca.
All right, that was a short one. I have a little bit of, this is kind of trivia, actually, from the world of food. So the guy named, is a Canadian man. His name is Glenn, and he cooks from a kitchen studio in his backyard. He's been researching KFC and their chicken.
Kentucky Fried Chicken?
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Harlan Sanders?
He has been traveling. Oh, wait. Weren't we supposed to
We are
mention
on a
him
streak.
every
4
day?
days in a row, yeah.
Yeah, totally forgot about it.
Good job, guys.
Including traveling to Kentucky and speaking with people all over the world, resulting in nearly 2 years' worth of videos and hours of content. Well, according to Glenn's research, including people who literally knew Colonel Sanders himself, Ireland has a unique place in the history of KFC. They might be the only
Colonel
people,
O. Sanders?
Might be the only people in the world who can readily access the original recipe KFC.
Of course, now, as we know, this is a big secret. All the spices and everything. That's what Colonel Harlan Sanders kept so private and close to him.
And you can get it in Moreau County, Limerick.
Really?
We've been to County Limerick.
We have.
Yeah. So when the Colonel sold up the rights to KFC in the United States, he kept on to the original recipe in Canada and held the rights to franchise it around the world until his death. As the new American owners changed the recipes and cut corners, the territories that were still under the jurisdiction of the Colonel kept the old ways. And after the Colonel died, Pat Grace eventually lost a court battle about what the recipe was and who could call themselves KFC in Ireland, resulting in a name change. So they changed the names of KFCs to Grace's Famous Fried Chicken. And if you think they changed the recipe, you'd be wrong. It literally said on advertisements at the time, the name has changed, the chicken's the same. The reason the Colonel gave his recipe to franchisees was designed so that they could make the same chicken without the corporate cost cutting that had taken place in the United States.
So he wanted a truer version of his chicken to exist somewhere.
And it exists.
I would like to try that chicken.
Ireland.
All right.
We need to go to Ireland.
Live broadcast.
So the question
Thanks
is,
for coming by today to try the authentic chicken.
was Grace's...
This is Bill Weston.
I didn't approve of this.
So the question is, was Grace's Famous Fried Chicken the most authentic as the Colonel intended? Last holdout of the original recipe KFC on Earth. They apparently shuttered their physical locations, Grace's did, years ago, but you can still buy their Grace's Perfect Blend Fried Chicken Mix online, and they'll tell you that it's not exactly the same, but given that they lost a court case saying that they couldn't make any claims that what they sold was KFC.
Hi, this is Bono, and if you want some yum yum in your tum tum, you need to check out Grace's Chicken.
Oh my God.
I think I farted.
Song goes out to a particular type of chicken that ended up being a mere shadow of itself in the United States as corporate greed led to the devolvement. Had to breach the Atlantic to come back to the homeland where it was reinvigorated and returned to the original dream of Colonel Harlan Sanders. And as I said before, if you want some yum yum in your tum tum, you got to seek out Grace's.
So this is a protest song then, right?
Some people call this a protest song, but it's more a song about dragon eggs.
Dragon eggs. Oh my God. So when I was a kid, we used to get this flour.
Original or extra crispy.
We used to get this flour mix from Kentucky that was the Colonel's original recipe.
It makes a difference.
Oh man, it makes so
a difference.
Great. We would make the fried chicken, or we would make gravy with it, which was just outrageously yummy. And by gravy, I don't mean going on your
human male batter.
No. I was talking about like on your rigatoni or something like that, not Italian gravy.
Also, not that
brown gravy.
Yeah. It was more white, but.
Nick's, you're
I'm
talking
referring to the actual gravy, not
semen.
Semen.
Come on,
you filthy friggin'
That's
mind.
why I said brown. You said it was white.
I don't care. Whatever guy you're with. I was Nick. You were talking about jonesing for
fried chicken?
that planted in my mind,
Yeah.
and also our recent reaffirmation of the joy of Kentucky Fried Chicken. But that original, I really do recollect a different taste to it originally, and what it's now. It's still great. But I think it's missing a little bit of the oomph.
By the way, I'm an original recipe guy.
Yes, as am I.
I know that when the crispy chicken chicken came along, it was all the rage. But there's something about that original recipe.
Reminds you of Ireland.
It does. The Emerald Isle. Yes.
You want some authentic Kentucky Fried Chicken? Got to go to Dublin.
All right. Well, anyhow, I think that we should. Should we close up now, or is Barkan going to be like
he's right
way
around the
late?
corner. No,
he's right around the corner.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, there you go, gang. We got to close up. Thank you very much for stopping by. When we come back, our good friend, Mr. Michael Barkan, will be here.
Yo.
It's so exciting.
What could he possibly talk about?
We had a nice, lengthy conversation about the game last night, but let's dive into more of the specifics with a man who knows what he's talking about.
And I think we're going to get a phone call from the lady who caught the Harper home run last night.
Shut up.
Yeah. I'm working on getting her on right now. In the next break. Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Well, we've got a lot to get to. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
On the roof.
All right, so Casey is he's putting on his makeshift poncho.
I'm worried about choking. Does anybody here know the Heimlich?
I do. I've done it before successfully.
I know of it.
Yeah, Case, I'll take care of you.
I'll get you.
Thanks, Captain.
So he's now. I can't see. Hang on.
All right, come on around, Press. You can get on my mic if you
I got. No, it's okay. Oh man.
All right.
Here, you want to use mine?
Come on.
Well, I need my
I'll just
headphones
be
too.
screaming in disgust. So.
All right, over here,
All right, I'll
Casey is
come
now
over.
down on the floor. His head is on sort of a makeshift tarp. He has his shoulders covered. Nick, are you supposed to do it from a standing position or?
Well, that's why I wanted him up on the counter.
it matters.
No, it's okay. It's okay. All right. So Casey's got his mouth open. Nick is pouring the cereal, the Cheerios, by the way.
All right.
In his mouth. That's a lot of Cheerios.
There's one in his
That's
nose.
too much. There is one in his nose. He just shot him all over the. You okay? Oh, you're doing that for fun.
That was
Okay.
just the excess he shot out.
Open your mouth.
for milk.
Here comes the choo-choo train. Wait a minute.
This is one of the stupidest.
All right, just a little bit. But Nick, that's too much.
Sorry.
He's trying to get some of that out.
Never done this before.
I understand. All right, so here comes the cream.
Open your mouth.
All right, now get ready, Casey, because if you're going to choke, this is when it's going to happen. You need more in there. All right, Nick's it. He's doing it. Yeah. More milk. More milk. He's eating it, and
It's in Casey's eye.
it's in his eye.
It's really good.
All right, Case, nice job. You did it.
Oh, gross.
I'm impressed.
I'm doing good.
You done very good. You held everything intact.
Wow, and now they're going to hug it out, Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Now
That's
finger
sweet.
it out.
Wow, okay. Well, there you go. We did it.
I hadn't had any breakfast.
I love Cheerios, by the way.
Yeah, it was good.
I just prefer a regular breakfast bowl.
It says here, yes, some people wear protective clothes when they do it. It's pretty likely that milk will get everywhere no matter what. He didn't put much milk in there, though.
But I was good either way. I mean, you totally could have loaded up.
I was more afraid of choking you with the milk than I was with the Cheerios.
What about the spoon? How deep did you go?
To the tongue?
Yeah.
Back of the teeth?
Ew.
Well,
yeah, I know it is. Yeah.
Somebody's saying just to piss Bill off, we should do it with soup sometime. No. I have a variety of stories, and I would do the connoisseur. I have like 3 food-related things,
But there's not enough to fuel it,
but
right?
that's it.
And you don't want to be dishonest with the listeners.
No, I don't want to do that, and I don't want to, I don't want to just flip things all of a sudden. But I did see this, and I thought it was interesting. Cheetos has given a name to the cheesy residue left on your fingers when you eat the Cheetos. So they have a name for it now.
And it is?
Cheetle.
Cheetle?
Like Don Cheadle.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the official term is called Cheetle.
I'd call it Chisholm. Right, Preston?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, what's that on your face?
Chisholm. From eating cheese doodles. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
To celebrate the newly coined...
Peter North is the spokesman. Just sitting here watching TV.
Unrelated sound to anything from Pearl Jam that I've ever heard before.
I agree. I knew it was going to be different. I found that very surprising.
We shall discuss in just a moment. First thing Casey said to me before I listened to it, he goes, "It's Talking Heads." He said, "It sounds like Talking Heads," and you nailed it, Case.
Yeah.
Spot on with that, because there are parts in there where he sounds a lot like David Byrne, and they're using a lot of synth elements in this particular song, which of course the Talking Heads did a lot of.
And he says, "This is not my beautiful Pearl Jam."
Oh, I missed that part.
Yeah.
Some people were texting in saying they hear a Chili Peppers vibe in there as well. And a lot of negative comments on the text messages. Let me give you my first impression on that. And I'm not a one-listen guy. I've said that many, many, many times, that it takes a lot of listens for me to warm up to a song. Casey and I listened to about the first minute and a half of it in the Q speakers here in the studio earlier this morning. I thought it was terrible. I didn't care for it. By the last 30 seconds here of that, I think I like it. Okay. So that's how quickly it turned around. I'm not a big fan of Eddie Vedder's voice in general, meaning the vibrato that he does. It's very choppy. But I think it fits well with the grunge, heavy, distorted guitar thing, and it kind of slides in there well. That's why I didn't like the beginning of it, because you can really hear his singing. But by the end of it, the melody kind of got me. I've always been a sucker for synth pop. It's interesting that Pearl Jam's going that route. You can hear Matt Cameron is clearly using electronic sounds in his drum kit. There's a keyboard thing going on there as well. Who would be playing that, Nick? Is Eddie going to be playing keys?
I don't know.
I mean, they got 2 guitar players, so somebody could step up and play that.
Eddie can play piano, but it's probably the producer, I would think. He does some growling in this video, or in this song too. I heard like kind of angry Eddie, which I haven't heard in a long time.
Right.
So there's the vibrato stuff, which you don't care for, but then this is like some like that. He's pretending to be a dog.
Casey, play the. Yeah. Let me play it again.
Yeah,
Let me see.
isolated.
Let me see if I can. Hang on a second. It's like just a couple seconds in. Hang on. Listen. Now I heard.
You heard it that time? Yeah. It's subtle.
Steve, that fit perfectly.
That was so good.
Rhythmically, that was perfect.
I'm a master on the growl.
Oh my God! One more time. You.
I missed it. You cue me.
Here we go. Wait. 1, 2, 3, and there it is.
You sure you want want to do this, Ed? It's an expression of the animals in the world suffering from the glaciers.
Casey had a poster and a wristband from a fish show that was important to him. And
it was a fishing tournament, right?
Yeah.
Or the band?
Well, both.
Okay,
the wristband was from the tournament, and then the poster was from the concert.
Regardless, both very important to you.
No, but the reality is they were both from a concert.
So much so that he wanted to have them framed and, immortalized for at least a period of time while he's on this earth, and took it to a place that was going to frame all this for him. So you have the wristband, you have the poster. I'm sure you had a frame picked out and matted and everything the way you wanted it.
Yeah.
Goes back to the shop to retrieve it, and they've lost the wristband.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So the
right?
poster is done, and you wanted the wristband in the same display.
It was like a ribbon across the bottom corner of the poster.
And you'd set it up that way.
Yeah.
What was their explanation?
There is no explanation. Inside, I'm fuming. I have been to 60-plus fish concerts. I have never purchased a poster, went and had it framed, or So this. And
so you want to climb over the counter and kill them?
So and the wristband I had really carefully taken off of my wrist, so there were no because it was like a cloth wristband, right?
Carefully preserved.
Carefully preserved. This was. I was going to give it as a gift to a friend.
Oh, no.
And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think I want this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So now I'm fuming. So I had gone from this place.
Right.
I didn't blow up, but I had gone to this place, and I went to a drive-through, a quarter of a mile down the road. And I got my money back, and I'm pulling out, and I noticed that one of the quarters is a Canadian quarter. I stopped my car. I put it in park. I went into the store. Now, I didn't raise a stink.
25 cents.
For 25 cents, I go, you guys gave me a Canadian quarter here. And they're like, oh, okay.
Let me ask you something. What country are we in? Do we have provinces like, I don't know, Ottawa? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this legal tender?
I in my life have never returned a foreign coin before. I've never even
considered that.
What did I order? Poutine?
Wow.
What did I come in here on a moose? What am I, a Mountie? Where the hell are we?
Does it say Tim Hortons outside
Come
of this
on,
establishment?
for Christ's sake! What am I, Trudeau?
Did I drive here 35 kilometers per hour?
Jesus Christ!
I didn't make a big stink about it, but I go, hey, this is a Canadian quarter.
I couldn't help but notice that there was a ridged potato chip in my bag of regular potato chips.
Oh my God!
Parlez-vous English?
I would be raging. You're better than me. I would be raging out of control at those people. And
why not give me the right change? Eh? Eh?
It's Shirley Bassey's birthday today.
Binga!
Yeah. Love her.
Pretty girl, beware of his heart of gold. His heart is cold. He loves only gold. He loves only gold. Only gold. Only gold. He loves gold. He loves gold.
It's the only reason I bring the birthday up every year. That, and actually, we had mentioned that she was on the Oscars, and they had her come out and sing that song, and her voice was outstanding.
Hasn't lost a bit.
She's 83 years old. She's still a gorgeous woman, too, at 83.
She also sang the other Bond song for the movie Diamonds Are Forever.
Okay. Diamonds are forever. I don't know how it goes.
Sparkling round my little finger, unlike men, the diamonds linger.
Wow.
Men are mere mortals who are not worth going to your grave for.
So she's 83 today.
We have that as well.
Oh, wow.
Diamonds are forever. They are all I need
To please me, they
nice.
I could have done those parts. I could have sung those songs.
Easily. All right, and then we have Rachel Nichols, who is in...
Rachel Nichols, jingling in your pockets.
Nichols. I noticed a piece of audio that I never notice audio, but I noticed.
Notice who never notices audio, but on his birthday, he notices audio.
Rent is going to be live on Fox on Sunday night.
I love these shows.
Yeah.
I love them all. There was one or two that I thought were substandard. I think the Rocky Horror Picture Show was not really worth a damn.
Yeah.
But I loved Grease.
Grease was great.
Still have it on my DVR.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to this, to Rent.
The music in the show is so good. My wife and I went to see it without knowing anything about it other than this is the show to go see.
Right.
And we were just like sitting there with our jaws on the floor just because the performances were so great.
Do you guys want to try it? River Valley Vocal Band? Do you guys want to try it?
I think it's something we should set as a goal. We've already did Afternoon Delight.
I think we should do it right now.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah.
Do you have the lyrics? I don't know the. I mean, I don't know the
on the monitor, if you will.
All right,
this is a.
We really don't. This is morning, boys. You got to understand our concerts are always at night.
This is a very rare performance of the River Valley Vocal Band. Those of you here in our studio, what a treat.
This was like when Sonny Bono and Cher sang on the Letterman Show impromptu.
All right, Kathy, you're the bass, right?
Yes.
Yes, I think I can handle that.
No.
Oh my God, we're harmonizing.
That was crazy.
That's it. We did it.
One more time. Oh my God.
That's it. Go
Walk
on from
away.
there.
We're done.
Walk away.
We can't do any better.
We're not
But
gonna
we're
sing.
going to. Let's do it.
We are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4.
525,000.
One more time. Wait,
You're trying to harmonize?
God.
It's supposed to be in unison.
All right, let's do it. Ready?
We got 6 syllables in.
I almost fell out of the
Hey,
chair.
we aced 5.
Yeah. Started strong.
One more time.
First
Try one
syllable.
more.
2,
Really good.
3, 4.
525,600.
Should I go low or high?
You know what? All right,
Try high this time. Try high this time. 2, 3, 4.
525,600.
Nick's choking.
All right, I can't. Hang on, I need to drink water.
Thank you very much, Marissa. We've had a couple of discussions about the excitement yesterday, and we saved the best for last. From NBC Sports, our friend Michael Barkan is here.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, my people.
Nice to see you.
How are you?
Sir. We're wonderful.
People who need people.
They're the luckiest people.
Luckiest people in the world.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hey, before
do to me.
I know.
Before we chat with you, sir, we have somebody on the phone line.
You might be
who's been on
interested.
hold,
Yeah.
and I want to go to this person. What am I playing here? Oh, yeah. Well, it's it was the person that ended up on the receiving end of this.
On the 7th pitch, Harper hits one in the air, left center field. Back it goes. Harper, the swing of his life.
That ball went from across the plate into the stands, into the hands of this young lady, Tracy, who's on the phone line with us right now. Hey, Tracy, good morning.
Good morning.
Congratulations. That's unbelievable. You got that ball from last night.
Yes, I have it in a safe place.
In a safe place.
Is it in fact in a safe?
No, it's not in a safe.
Okay.
Oh my God. So, all right, Tracy, have you ever got a home run ball before in your life?
No, I have not.
Oh,
Never
my.
had the opportunity.
You never what?
I never had the opportunity to be in the right spot at the right time.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Unreal.
Who were you there with at the game last night?
I was there with several of my friends and my sister. I was there actually for a 50th birthday. Veronica, shout out to you.
And I bet nobody could believe that you ended up with that ball.
No, I don't even believe it myself. Still don't. It was just crazy. I mean, we heard the pop off the bat and it jumping up and down, just celebrating, and we're like, oh gosh, it's coming towards us. So I don't know how to believe nobody actually caught the ball. It fell on the ground.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. It wasn't a snatch. You didn't like grab it right out of the air, but
No,
you
it's
still ended up with it.
Yeah.
All right. So it's rolling around on the ground and everyone's grabbing for it, and you got it.
Yeah, it was right there. I looked down.
That's
it was
awesome. Did anybody try to take it out of your hands?
No.
All right, that's good.
Now, what's the process after that? Does somebody come and like check on you? I know it was on the ground, but sometimes a person will come by and make sure that everybody's okay.
Nobody. They just came down. They didn't really say. They actually.
They sent out a rabbi.
Sometimes you'll get a visit from like somebody from Major League Baseball or from the team. Harper might request it back. So every now and then you'll actually get a visit from somebody official. So yeah, I think Marissa's question makes sense. And so what are you going to do with it?
Well, I've gotten many emails, texts. I think Bryce actually wants the ball back. So there you go.
Oh, he does. Isn't that interesting?
And yeah, how valuable is that to him?
We'll see.
Listen, it's
Tracy's
yours.
lawyered up.
It's hers to make the call.
It's hers.
It's what would it be if you were to? No, don't even say the amount.
Yeah,
let
don't worry
him
about
offer.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, don't worry
I'm
about
sure
that at
they'll
all.
start in the 7-figure range and then move on.
Yeah.
They'll put together a nice package of like some nice tickets. Maybe you'll get to meet him.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know
I
what
think
else
I'd
would be
rather-
nice?
yeah.
A couple $1 million would be nice.
I'd rather have $1 million.
But as you know, we at the Preston and Steve Show are our official Major League Baseball certifiers.
Yes.
We'd like to see the ball. Preferably Tracy in the back parking lot.
Tracy, what did you do after the game? Because you couldn't have just been, we're going to hang it up and go home.
Actually, a lot of people in my section took pictures with the ball, kids. So that happened pretty much after the game. Just hung out with friends, so the traffic died down.
Yeah.
Were you at all concerned about having it on your person that someone might try to make a play for it, or everyone was being kind of cool and?
No, I mean, everybody was pretty good about it. I put it down my shirt just in case.
Smart move.
Now, how did you end up at the game? Do you happen to have season tickets? Are you a regular attendee?
No season tickets. A friend of mine actually kept calling in, got the 4 tickets, and there we were.
Excellent. It's just amazing. And we're looking at a picture of you right now.
Yeah, good for you. That's awesome. Congratulations, Tracy. That's a very rare opportunity to get something that was as pivotal as that, and have it as either a keepsake or a token of money.
Yeah. Hey, Trace. Can I call you Trace? Trace. Who's helping you decide on what you're going to do with the baseball?
I haven't really thought about it. I know a friend of mine contacted me and said that Bryce wants the ball back, and then someone from the Phillies organization will contact me. So we'll see what they say.
Yeah.
It's very nice, and I can certainly see, obviously, from his point of view. It's they said if you get the most important perhaps hit of his career, and to have that would be wonderful.
Yeah, unless he hits another series winning home run.
Yeah, it might devalue quickly.
Right. Yeah,
we'll see about that.
But I wonder, street value, how much that ball is worth. To collectors that aren't named Bryce
I
Harper.
have someone to call. Well, actually, I really do.
Barkan and Associates, day or night.
That's right. We're here. But that's awesome, Tracy. That I've never caught a foul ball, let alone a home run ball. I'm pissed.
Yeah, enjoy it, Tracy. Congratulations, and thanks for calling in.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys. So
Congrats, Tracy.
Take care. There you go, man.
Phillies, baby.
All the time you've been was following sports, you've never had the opportunity to even.
Not even a foul ball.
Not even a foul?
Not even a foul ball. Chase Utley and Jimmy Rollins threw a baseball at me and the Daily News Live crew back in the day, because it was before the 08 or 09 series, and we were set up in the Diamond Club, and the lights were pointing toward the field, but it was way before the game, and they're warming up, and the lights were in their eyes, the TV lights. And so they're screaming at us. We don't hear. We got earpieces in and everything. All of a sudden, balls start raining down on the metal bleacher part of the Diamond Club, and we turned the lights off quickly.
Yeah,
very quickly.
I caught an Ozzie Smith foul ball back at the vet days. I was 13 or 14 years old, and it was a screaming line drive that. It just kind of curved, and it was coming in. It was coming in hot, man. It was coming in really, really hot. Yeah. And in the game, game maybe 3, it was. There was a ball that ended up in Smoltz's lap behind home plate.
Yeah.
They came up so fast, he didn't even have time to react to it.
Yeah.
And that is a baseball player.
That is a baseball player. My wife and kids and my sister were at the game the other night, and one of the players at the end of the inning tossed the ball over the netting and toward them, and my sister had it in her hand and hit her hand, and it hurt her hand.
Yes, of course.
Just a little toss hurt her hand.
Yeah,
So I can't imagine. And then there was one time, twilight doubleheader. I'm in a suit. I had just come from work. I was working at New Jersey Network at the time, and the ball comes screaming into the seats in the foul area.
Yeah.
And I'm on my hands and knees in a suit and tie with all these kids groveling for the ball. Like, give me that ball! And I look back, and my colleagues are looking at me like, "You what? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
For a baseball?"
You mentioned the hand getting hurt. There were a few people who've gotten hit in this series with pitches, and I think Bohm took one to the right elbow. God, that looked like that hurt. I mean, they shake it off pretty quick, but
I don't know how.
You've got something coming in,
100 miles an hour.
85 miles an hour. Jesus, that's gonna really hurt.
My son got hit with his last at bat in baseball ever. He got hit with a pitch in his hand, broke his hand. And this is from a 13-year-old kid. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's also a 13-year-old, hand as well, so maybe the bones aren't as strong, but it doesn't tickle.
Yeah. I remember I was competing one time, and the guy I was playing against knocked the pawn over onto my finger. And
That's terrible. Yeah, but what's heavier is the rook. When the rook goes, in the night too.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so let's get into this.
Sorry.
How exciting was this series? This series was so much fun as a viewer, as somebody to watch. It was just a lot of fun.
It was incredible. It was so thrilling. And wait, how many games were 5?
Yeah.
In Game 4, as thrilling as Game 5 was, Game 4, the back and forth nature of Game 4.
Yeah.
They're down 4-0, and they come back 4-3. Then they tie it. Then they go ahead, and it's tied again. Then they retake the lead. It was a heart attack a minute. It was amazing.
Was that like the longest first inning? In a playoff
it was
game?
a long game.
I don't know that. Let me look that up. I'll get back back to
Thank
you.
you.
But
I mean,
it was about
a long
15
road,
minutes.
really.
It was a long one.
It was definitely a long road.
Yeah, so.
It's a long road.
I gotta go pee.
Everybody looks back on 93 and thinks about Joe Carter and Mitch Williams, and rightly so. But the Phils were up 14-9 in Game 4 of that series, and they blew that lead. They ended up losing 15-14. They win Game 5 and send it back to Toronto. The Padres lost this series by losing Game 4 on Saturday night, and the Phils were down 6-4. They were down 4-0, and they were also down 6-4, and they came back again. And then Hoskins had the home run. Harper had the double. It was just this team never stops, and that's what really impresses me. You can't count them out at any point.
You can't count them out. By the way, did you see Nick's glaze when he was talking about the 93 series?
Yeah.
And then what happened? And Mitch Williams gave up the home run. His fists are clenched. Yeah, I agree with you. It was absolutely amazing, and to see what they're able to do with all that pressure on them is incredible to me. It really is. And Bryce Harper, what he did, and Rhys Hoskins and Kyle Schwarber, they all could have been MVPs. Obviously, Harper gets it because what he did yesterday was just beyond. I mean, it's a level above.
Let me ask you, because we talked about it, we mentioned it a number of times, and I want to ask you, do you still, and Nick, called it playing with the casino's money.
Yeah.
That sort of vibe we have talked, when we've talked leading up to all this, was that, hey, what the hey, we didn't even expect to be here, so we don't have that pressure. Now, does that pressure kick in, or do they continue to play this way?
I think they continue to play this way. I hope, but I think that they've found themselves, if you will. This is the type of team that we thought that they might be able to put on the field when Dave Dombrowski built this team prior to this season. And you look at Kyle Schwarber and all the other pieces that he has gotten in this lineup, and Nick Castellanos, who has come up with some crucial hits. I'm not saying he's batting 400, but he's had some key hits in this postseason, and they're all contributing up and down. Bryson Stott, he's a rookie, for goodness sakes. The pitching, everything. And then you've got Rob Thompson, who is just above the title as these other guys I'm talking about. This guy has made decisions that have clicked and have resulted in wins.
But what Bryce Harper did last night, it's literally what every kid does in their backyard, in the playground. It's okay. The count is 2-2. We're in the bottom of, and here comes the pitch,
There's a word that I love that's used in sports, and it's clutch. And that's exactly what that was. It was clutch. It happened when it had to happen, and he's the guy that made it happen.
And were you guys watching in the newsroom at all?
Not really. No. I had turned away. There was some football on, and also.
This is audio from the studio. Okay, who is that?
I believe that was Ruben Amaro Jr. It was either Ruben or Ben Davis, but we were all watching, and there are two different feeds. We've got TVs on all our desks, as you can see there, and then there's a feed around the assignment desk, the producer's desk, and it's just a hair earlier than the rest of the feeds, and I hate when they do that. So they started to scream, and I'm sitting at my desk saying, "We're all watching this together. We're all watching it together." Meanwhile, Harper's crossing home plate, and so I knew by the reaction, because I'm sitting over to the right there, and I knew by the reaction, I'm thinking, no, there's no way that this happened, and it did. So that was a beautiful thing. But that was Ben, that was Ricky Bo, and that was Ruben, just going crazy. And when you've got hardened, grizzled, chiseled baseball men going nuts over something like that, you know that it's huge. It's high theater. And then when he crosses home plate and he gets to the dugout, Bryce Harper, he says to Bryson Stott, and you can see it. "Oh my gosh, I just did that."
Yeah.
I mean, that's amazing.
I've seen him. I'm sorry to interrupt, Steve. I've seen him hit homers before and have excitement as he's trotting the bases. It was all business going around those bases because, I think there was so much going on in his head at that at-bat, and that he actually did it, that he was still kind of like
processing,
stunned by it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And once he got around, was like, "Oh my God, I just did that."
Well, let me ask you.
I said out loud when it happened, because I was by myself watching it on TV. I'm like, he just effing did that.
Incredible. It's incredible.
It was going back and
awesome.
forth. The pulling of the shirt open, is that a Superman thing, or is that a Phillies?
I think it's a Phillies. I think it's a display of, this is my team.
Yeah.
This is the uniform I wear, and this is my MFN house. Which is what he has also said on second base when he had that double 2 games ago.
I can't believe he plays for our team. I can't believe he chose.
I was thinking the same thing.
It's $330 million is nothing to sneeze at, but he was going to get that money from somebody, right? He chose Philadelphia. I remember distinctly watching video of him at 16 years old, putting on hitting displays in Las Vegas.
Cover of Sports Illustrated.
Cover of Sports Illustrated. At 16 years old, just hitting these bombs, right? I don't know how old he is now. What?
30.
30?
Just turned.
So for the
last week, it was his birthday.
For the last 14 years, and this kid that I watched, I was like, this kid's going to be a superstar. And he chose this, and he loves his city, and we love him. And, and so no matter what happens in the next week and a half. It's a long
we got this guy, and he's ours.
I mean,
and that he loves us back.
And we beat the guy
amazing.
that didn't choose us.
He stinks. We hate him.
Yeah.
No, I'm so glad that we didn't get him. Thank goodness we got Bryce Harper. And when you look at it, when you look at all the greats in the annals of Philadelphia sports, you can go back to Grover Cleveland Alexander, for goodness sakes. You got Wilt. I mean, he stands. But by the way, Chamberlain's they have at the Wells Fargo.
Yes,
Will you make me a reservation?
Yeah.
But when you other than Wilt, Bobby Clark, Julius Erving, Mike Schmidt. That's the Mount Olympus of Philadelphia sports. Bryce Harper, if they win the World Series and another, I mean, he's going to stand above those greats, in my opinion.
Yeah,
it's got to happen first, though.
It's the bottom of the 8th inning. They're down 3-2, and he does that. You know, like this. It wasn't a solo shot in the 6th when they were down 7 or whatever. It was the most clutch home run I think maybe in Philly's history at that moment to win the game, to win the series, to send them the World Series. I can't think of a bigger home run in Philly's postseason history.
No, but the Jimmy Rollins, and it didn't lead to a World Series victory, unfortunately, but Jimmy Rollins in 2009 in Game 4, the walk-off double that scored, I don't know if it scored Stairs and Chooch, but Chooch scored the winning run. That was in the bottom of the ninth with 2 out, and Jimmy smacked that thing to right field, and that was really exciting.
Hey, listen, and what I love about series, right, and it's not, baseball, hockey, basketball, when you play a series, you really start to learn about the other team, right? So I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I knew anything about the Padres going into this series, but by Game 2, I was like, okay, I have an understanding what this team is all about. I'm going to tell you the same thing about the Astros. I don't know much about them. I know that they got great pitching. I know that they have clutch hitting. I know that they were the team of the American League. What are our chances?
I think that our chances are at least 50-50. They've been there, 4 times in the last 6 years? Mm-hmm. They've won it 3 times over that span.
Yeah.
So they're a damn good team. The way they beat the Yankees last night to close it out, the Yankees were up 3-0. And then they tied it with 1 swing in the bat. And
the
then
same
the
thing
Yankees,
with the Game 1 at the Mariners. I mean...
Right.
2 outs.
They're never done.
Yeah.
You look at that lineup. The one thing I'm waiting for is, they were the whole cheating scandal a couple of years ago, which they were punished for supposedly, and everything's, there's no one's banging on drums in the bullpen of the Houston Astros. But when they get to South Philadelphia and those fans get a hold of Jose Altuve and company, I cannot wait to hear what comes out of that cheering section.
Yeah. So I don't know squat about baseball compared to you, Michael Barkham, but
you don't know that.
Here's why I'm going to just throw in my opinion and why I like the fact that they're going to be playing Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, screw New York. I just don't. I don't want to give them the opportunity to beat Phillies again.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
It's enough.
So you have, from what I understand, and I've found a few stats out that as far as the winning records go this season. With Houston and Philly, there's a bigger deficit of wins, the biggest gaps of wins versus us. This is poised to be a record opportunity for the Phillies to be the team that beat the worst team that could go against the best team.
The stuff of history.
It could be historic. Mm-hmm. So I think that puts. I don't know. That just gives it more juice.
Do you think that puts the onus more on them, Preston? That because you have this greater divide between games won, that gap. Do you think it puts the greater not on the Phils? Because they're, like you said before, what?
Wait
just go for it. Yeah.
But I mean,
I think it's a great question, and I think it all. I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but when you see the way the Phillies have been playing in the postseason, they have a 9-2 record now. Houston is undefeated in the postseason. They got the first round bye. But the Phillies are playing for real. The Phillies can take a deficit and come back. Mm-hmm. The Phillies can win from ahead. The Phillies have the pitching, although we'll talk about Game 4 a little bit later because they're going to have to cobble together some guys probably unless they give it to Thor, to Syndergaard. So I understand what you're saying. I just think when you look at this team, it's obviously a different team than it was 3 weeks ago. It's a different team than it was when they lost that first game of the doubleheader at Washington. Remember that?
Yeah.
They were supposed to sweep Washington. They had an extra game. It was a makeup game from the beginning of the season. And because of the lockout, and they lost that game, and everybody was disgusted. They were all ticked. And then they started to win again. They won like 3 out of the last 4 to clinch it finally in Houston before losing the last 2 games of the regular season. Who cares? But this team, once it got into the playoffs, you take care of St. Louis, no problem. You take care of Atlanta, no problem. And you take care of San Diego, no problem. It's a different team, and I would think it's more akin to Houston than it is to San Diego.
Okay.
A month ago, I wouldn't have given us a shot, and the way everything you just described, the way that they're playing right now, and then I'll give you 2 more reasons why we have a shot: Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler. I mean, Wheeler was lights out last night. Again, Nola came close to a perfect game towards the end of the regular season. I mean, these guys, and I agree with you. Like Syndergaard's a bit of a toss-up. Ranger, who came in and pitched great for us last night. Ranger Suarez is a great, number 3 starter for the Phils. But it's the old saying, and it's a joke around here, if the pitching holds up, but it's true. if the Phils get quality starts out of Nola and Wheeler, we have a really good chance to win this World Series.
Yeah, but you know what else? There's an old adage in baseball that good pitching beats good hitting, and I'm here to tell you that in particular in the playoffs, it ain't necessarily so. And you're the historian among us, but you remember from 2010, Cody Ross of the Giants. This was the NLCS. It was the last time the Phillies were in the NLCS. And Cody Ross, this journeyman player, starts banging home runs out of Citizens Bank Park, and they beat the Phillies, and that pretty much was it for the NLCS, and then it was the NLDS the next year, and they were out, and that was 2011.
Right.
So when you look at Bryce Harper against Yu Darvish, or you look at Reese Hoskins against anybody, these guys can hit good pitching.
Right.
So now they got Justin Verlander coming and all those pitchers. We'll see what happens because it's going to be an interesting matchup, but I'm not fearful that the Phillies bats won't be able to handle the pitching that Houston sends their way. It's going to be exciting.
It's crazy.
It's like they're in the World Series.
And they're playing on Halloween.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa, what?
Well, I'm glad.
That's crazy. But that's when we had the parade in 2008.
I remember.
It's on Halloween.
Yeah.
That's got to be a good omen.
Yeah.
They're also playing baseball in November, guaranteed. It's not because of any kind of delay. They're going to play. Even if it goes 4, they will play games in November, which I don't like. I like ending it in October.
Yeah.
Well, I like that the series both ended when they did, because now nobody's got any excuse about certain days off, or somebody who's still they're still in the zone because they played more games and all that stuff. It's a pretty even matchup.
Yeah, the whole rust versus rest question, and both teams are going to get the rest, and I think that's good. Both teams are going to be able to set their pitching rotations. I think the Phillies will get whatever Houston can give, and vice versa, and it'll be great to see. And how about all this? They've had to play all these games with being the road team, and it's a 2-3-2 format. So you're starting in the other city each and every game. They play 2 at St. Louis. They started in Atlanta. They started at San Diego, and they're going to start at Houston. That's not an enviable task, but I think they can handle it.
You know what I personally love about these when these series, each one of these is ended, is watching the guys celebrate at the end of it. Is
It's
my
amazing.
favorite.
Yeah.
My favorite thing. I'd rather watch them than anything else. I think that's what I really get a kick out of. And we've had the chance to hang out with Reese on a couple of occasions down at spring training, and I just like his childlike. He's like a kid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Having fun playing baseball. It is so much fun to watch. Are you tight with anybody on the team, or?
No, just the guy who supplies the shower towels.
That's the guy.
No.
You're talking about Rico.
Yeah, Rico.
You know Rico.
Hey, Rico. Got any of them used towels? No. I
just want to smell them.
just for
Yeah.
just for a moment.
Any
No.
chance this towel creased his sack, please?
Okay. You always have to take it a
I
click
have
too
to.
far.
It's what I'm paid for.
But here's the thing. Now, I would say tight. No, I'm not tight with anybody on the team because we're in the studio most of the time. We're not in the clubhouse after the games. But you mentioned Alec Bohm, and I thought one of the coolest things was if you go back to the first week of the season, he made 3 errors in 1 inning against the Mets.
Yeah.
And you could see him mouthing the words, "I hate this place."
Yeah.
Because the crowd was just killing him.
Yeah.
And last night, John Clark's interviewing him in the clubhouse, and John, last question, says, "Anything you want to say to the Philadelphia fans?" And he just looks into the camera and says, "I love this place." It was awesome. It was awesome.
I want to ask you, because Casey brought it up earlier. I assume you've at some point or another been showered in something, right? If you've been in a locker room situation, have you ever had the beer shower, the champagne shower? Have you?
No, I've always been in the losing locker rooms. It's very quiet. I've been showered in Reese's Pieces. I've been showered
Just
in
hasn't worked
Bazooka
out.
Joe.
In tears.
Haven't caught a foul ball.
No, I'm a loser.
Well, I did see you on the screen behind Brandon Graham, maybe Friday night, Saturday.
Yes.
That was pretty cool.
I had a friend text me who was at the game saying, "You don't merit your own appearance on the screen." I guess not, but that's fine. It was cool. We were in the NBC Sports Philadelphia suite. It was my wife and my father-in-law, and he needed a little more space because he has a little difficulty getting around and sitting in those high back chairs. So the other suite was not full because the Sixers and the Spurs were coming over to watch, and they hadn't arrived yet. So we went over next door to that suite, and that's my father-in-law right there with the beard and the glasses. And so Brandon's standing up and going, and I was just sitting there, just kind of, there's my wife, there's Ellie, and Brandon and his wife, Miles Teller right there. Yes, Miles!
It's been cool. Jason Kelsey came out and chugged a beer on the field.
Cool? Yeah.
Tyrese Maxey's been there. I mean, the energy.
Santa Claus!
Yes!
Here's the thing. I thought it would really have shown our sense of humor because they kept going back to Santa.
Why
If
didn't they put
had
his name
booed
up?
the hell out of him. Just booed him. Oh, yeah? You want to see a boo? You think we boo Santa? You ain't see. This isn't Christmas either, pal. We're gonna, no.
I think.
I thought
So
that
word
would've
is that
been great.
Miles Teller is a really good ball player himself. Like he was. On a fast track to perhaps be an actual player. Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
He's from
did not know that.
He's from Abington.
Downingtown.
That's what I said.
Well, that's the new
by
Abington.
way of
Downington.
Abington. It's the new Abington.
He's new from Downton Abbey. Is where he's.
But I mean, he's
quite.
he's a lifelong fan. He's there in losing seasons, and he always shows up. So it's not like he's a fair weather fan. He's been there for a long time.
They played what's the Top Gun song?
Danger Zone.
Danger. They played that
Yeah.
for him, and he was dancing to it. It was great. Everybody
It's
loved
a good year for him, man.
Yeah. But he's a true Philadelphia. I don't know if he goes to Flyers, Sixers, and the Eagles games. I'm assuming he does, but he loves the Phillies.
He goes to like spring training. Like he's down there a lot too.
does
He's
he?
there all season long.
Yeah. I know. There he is.
It's great. It's great.
On the
Love
field.
seeing that. Yeah.
His shades. That's awesome. And the Fanatic, by the way, I think the Fanatic is just phenomenal. The hug, Maris, with Jason
with Kelsey.
and he
Yes.
and Kelsey are bouncing up and down, and it was wonderful.
What Casey pointed out, we're seeing more the fraternal thing that might not have existed a few years ago, where that's them, that's us, we've got our own thing.
Yeah,
that seems to have dissolved.
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah,
I like I like the no fraternizing thing, and there is, I believe, still on the books of Major League Baseball, no fraternizing with the opposition. Yeah. I mean, you can maybe say hello or a wave when you're standing around the batting cage prior to a game, but there's a lot of comfy at first base and second base.
Yeah.
Chase Utley wouldn't have any of it. He would not talk to anybody who was not wearing his jersey. That's it.
I've seen a lot of conversation at home plate too. Yeah, which is I've been like, well. Hey, I'm wondering what they're talking about. Right. You know what I mean?
I hope it's like John Candy and Brewster's Millions. Where he's like, yeah, he banged your mother last night.
Well, I saw Soto, especially on the Padres.
Yeah.
He was talking to Real Muto quite a bit, and I'm really curious as like if they were sort of going at each other a little bit, or he was just asking if that was a strike or whatever. But he talked every time he was up.
Yeah, also he was called out on strikes. And he went around and they called him out, and maybe Real Muto was just kind of razzing him a little bit. Yeah, man, you out. Take a seat over there. But Juan Soto is a guy that he would be perfect for Philadelphia, and he would also be perfect. He played for Washington. He's a great player you love to hate because he just is so confident.
Right.
He's so cocky, and he'll go around the bases like, make it. I did it. I'll do it again. And I love that kind of a player.
It's very cool to watch. Yeah,
it really is.
First game's on Friday night.
Yeah.
And love that it's going into the weekend that we can watch the World
Friday
Series.
night, Saturday, and then Eagles on Sunday, and then Monday they come back here. Tuesday, Wednesday.
Eagles and Union on Sunday, by the way. Let's not forget about the Union.
I'll never forget about the Union. That's why we brought you here for this Union. You know that. and ready for this? Then on Thursday, the Eagles play again on Thursday Night Football at Houston. Hello. What symmetry, man? Eagles go down, kick a little Texan butt, and then the Phillies do the same. Houston, you have a problem.
Yes. Love it.
Oh my word!
Excellent.
Yeah,
It's all great. It's all great.
It is. And I keep saying this. I said it to Jim Rosenfield on NBC 10 the other day. Name drop. We were doing the 6 o'clock news together. Jimmy and me, and right outside the ballpark. And I said, I understand that crime is down, which is what I have heard, read. And I don't want to pass along false information, but I have heard that a couple of different times.
Because of the
Phillies.
It's
that people
true,
are so obsessed with this team and watching games at night that everybody's in front of their TVs, which I love. And that's what sports can do. It can really inspire togetherness and love, and I hope no hate. And it's a wonderful thing.
Well, you look at the crime-wise, not a lot happened last night. So it's pretty good. It wasn't too bad. Yeah.
Wait till the World Series is over. Give it some time. Let it breathe.
All right, my man.
No!
We got to wrap.
No!
We got money to give away. We got things we got to do.
Thank you, everybody.
It is great to see you in person, sir.
I got you.
We'll
Thank
do
you
it
so
again
much.
soon.
Oh, by the way, pregame and postgame on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Excellent.
That's coming up on Friday, Saturday, and then on Monday, Tuesday. It's going to be.
Keep the curses in when you do it. We'd love to see.
Oh yeah, that's what we do. We're on a delay.
All right, we love this man, Michael Bark. NBC Sports Philadelphia. We're going to come back and give away $1,000. Let's give it to you. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
To the How About Love part, guys. What do you say?
All right. That's the toughest part.
How does that go? I don't.
How about love?
All right, you got that?
I got it.
All right. This time I'll only count to 3.
Okay.
Because it leads
On
into
3
the
or
word.
after 3?
I say 1, 2, 3. How about?
Okay.
Ready?
Okay.
All right.
Oh, that was bad.
All right, everybody get the sillies out. Okay. Seriously. Guys, this is about AIDS, all right?
All right.
That's true.
1, 2, 3. How about?
Love. Wait, no.
You just said get the sillies out.
I choked on my own spit, though. Maybe I shouldn't have drank
No,
water.
I get it. You find AIDS funny.
We should have stopped it.
Should we call Justin?
Oh, God.
How much you drinking over there?
Not much.
Okay.
Not much. Just enough to clear out all the phlegm.
A man died performing Rent today.
All right, here we go.
Casey's crying.
We're going to do How
Look at
About
him.
Love?
It's so emotional.
Okay.
This song.
All right, count us down again,
All right,
Preston.
1, 2, 3. How about
love?
How about
Jeez.
love?
We got one line.
We got one in.
How about love?
Measuring
love. Seasons of love. Okay,
We got it.
Wow. Nailed it.
Nailed it. That was a success for sure.
I'll tell you what.
Sunday at, I forgot what time, 7, I think.
Our 5 was perfect.
Why even tune in? You just heard the whole thing right
Our harmony before that was pretty solid, I think. Don't call Justin. Are you calling Justin now? I see the hotline.
I texted him.
Oh, no.
now. He's calling us.
I don't want to say anymore.
He will.
I don't want to talk to him.
There was an
There's a
alarm
guy
that went
who can
off.
sing with such ability. Yeah, he's like Batman. Whenever there's horrific singing, there's a musical note that starts flashing.
Everybody's agreeing on the text message. The beginning was good. Yeah.
Somebody said, "Let's move on."
Yes. All right, let's move on. Okay. I noticed other things.
So this is the hottest Christmas toys for 2019. I found the article on CNET, and it's a long list, so I'll just go over like some of the big ones.
Yeah, hit some highlights.
Okay, the Spin Master Wild loves Juno, my baby elephant. I had no idea what this was. It's an interactive toy for like little kids, like ages 3.
Wow.
It's $70.
$70.
But apparently this is like a hot toy that the babies want.
You know, obviously, I think what probably one of the most lucrative jobs in the toy industry is coming up with these incredibly long names for these toys.
I know, yeah.
I played with G.I. Joes.
Yeah.
You know, this is the Dr. Spindoculus.
Yeah.
Floating platform of goodness.
Micronauts are what I played with when I was a kid. These little,
Aren't kids supposed to be able
little action figure thing.
Oh, say, because this is sort of a responsive little pachyderm.
Yep, that's exactly
pretty
what
cute.
It is. Yeah,
It actually is cute.
Okay.
But
And I
Kathy,
want it.
kids, babies don't know what they want. I mean, even if they're 3
Well,
years old.
I don't. Yeah, I guess I didn't mean what they want, but they're going to love it if you get this. It's
Sure.
one of the things that moves in.
If they know it's good for them.
If they know what's good for them, the little brats.
Dude, okay.
Okay.
It is
that
cute,
looks
isn't it?
really phallic, though, with the
Yeah.
trunk thing.
Yeah, well, so you can
flipping
use
up
it.
and-
Adults can use it for other things.
All right, I'm
Okay.
moving on. Paw Patrol is also big again this year.
Mommy, I want my toy
that
back.
was the best gift ever.
You tried so hard.
It's so hard.
And the
Best part is I'm never gonna forget. Just like elephants.
And then there was we already did another pre-screening, like Marissa hosted that, right?
She hosted it last night at the AMC Fashion District.
It was last night, and then Casey hosted a screening last week
at the same exact place
for the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
And while we were on vacation, we got a text from Casey out of nowhere explaining that things didn't go quite the way he wanted them.
So if it's possible to suffer a concussion without actually hitting your head, that's what I think you experienced, Casey.
Yeah, and so I don't want to. I'm hoping
I'll find the text.
Okay,
I'll read it.
I'm hoping that I didn't lead you guys down in the wrong direction of where you think this story is going to go.
No, we don't know anything. We know that, but it was so heartfelt, the text you sent out, that we knew it had to, because there have been similar situations in all our lives. But this one seemed like, wow, this really had to be a little bit more.
Yes. So I have the text here.
Okay,
it says, "Oh my God, I'm at the screening for Free Guy." And by the way, I sent you this text. I'm still there. I have not hosted the screening yet. Okay, I'm still there. I have already embarrassed myself, and I needed to go somewhere and be by myself, decompress for a second, and then I had to admit to somebody what an ass I am, and just to sort of make myself feel a little bit better. And guess what? It didn't help. I still felt terrible. And I said, so they asked me to hype up the crowd and then introduce one of the stars of the movie. So this guy named Joe Keery, who plays Steve from Stranger Things, is in the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
He was there to introduce the film, and I was there essentially to introduce him.
Right.
So I had come back I was on vacation in Wildwood. I had come back just to do this. I thought it was a really cool experience.
Real quick, had you met him at this point, or is he still?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
By the way, he seems like he's awesome. I love that character, Steve from Stranger Things. He seems like I've seen him interviewed before. He seems like a cool guy.
He was a great guy.
Okay.
And I will say that, categorically, he was a great guy, and the movie is hilarious. It's a great movie. And the movie had been on the shelf for a year.
Yes.
They wanted a theatrical release, and so they were like, we're just going to wait.
Only theater.
And only theater. So, and then I wrote, I just had a classic embarrassing moment. It's a classic shut the F up, Casey, and walk away kind of a moment. I'm pretty embarrassed, but it's also a really funny story. So,
you said you weren't sure if it was going to translate on the air.
I'm not sure if it's going to translate on air.
Okay.
So,
well, let's hear it.
Well, deliver it in the original Farsi.
Right.
All right, so here's the deal. This movie was at the Fashion District, the old Galleria, the AMC there. It had never been there. By the way, what they've done to the place, the whole Galleria, the Fashion District, is awesome. It's really, really nice. So I get there. Joe had gotten there earlier than planned.
From the movie company.
But I had also gotten there an hour early, so I decided to walk around a little bit.
Right.
Side story, but it also is part of the story. I went to a place called Wetzel's Pretzels. Have you guys ever heard of Wetzel's Pretzels?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I love Philadelphia Pretzel Factory, and I love Annie Ann's.
Yeah.
Wetzel's Pretzels is like the best pretzel I have ever had in my entire life. I was so happy with myself for going, you know what? I've never had a Wetzel's pretzel. Let me stop by and try one, right? Hey, me. And this thing was amazing.
And you were really proud of yourself.
And I was really proud of and I couldn't believe how it was big.
Oh, is this hand shocked?
Yes. It was amazing. And I'm sitting there, I'm eating this thing, and I'm going, I think I need to open a franchise. I'm like, this is like I have just discovered gold for the first time. That was amazing. So I get done eating the pretzel, and Hannah from Allied Advertising she's my handler, and she says, "Hey, Joe's here. I can bring you back to meet him." I'm like, okay. I decide to use Wetzel's Pretzels as an icebreaker. Okay.
Well, you were completely enamored of Wetzel's Pretzels. It would be ridiculous not to.
Okay. I've been sober almost 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I go into this place like I had just done 7 rails of Coke. Okay.
You're hyped up.
I'm hyped up. Okay. And let me also preface this by saying I'm fairly aware of who I am as a person and what I am as a person. And sometimes I have, how do you say, no chill.
You have moments.
No,
I had these moments. But listen,
that's a valid criticism of yourself.
Right.
But as we've told you throughout the years, to put a tap on that would be throwing out the baby with the bathwater, because that same energy delivers so much greatness to what we do
on the radio.
On the radio,
in person,
on the radio
with a stranger.
Yes,
might be different.
So
yes, like someone who's
celebrity.
never met you,
Right.
who's in a new town promoting a movie.
And there are 3 people in this room that have never met me. And so, as the great Ted Lasso once said, know thyself, rest in peace, Socrates. I did not realize as I was going off the rails what was going on here. So I'm brought into this room. I go off on Wetzel's Pretzels. As it turns out, all 3 people in the room have heard of Wetzel's Pretzels before.
Oh, good.
And yes. So it was relatable. It was relatable, and we had this in common.
You picked the perfect icebreaker.
Right. So I meet Joe. Joe's a great guy. And then I meet 2 of his handlers. One of them, the female, was from Disney, right?
Yeah.
So she was his handler from the movie company. Hannah, who had brought me in and introduced me, has now left this room. We're in like this office, and I just go off the rails. That's all. Like, I was just being nice. I was being a nice guy, and I just didn't shut up for like 5 minutes straight. And
that's sometimes your Caseyism. Like, you don't know when to end it.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Well, so I had 2 or 3 different times talked myself into a corner.
Well, let me jump in here also. Throughout the years, and it used to be the thing where I had asked, if you realized this story was not going anywhere, and then an asteroid hit the Earth.
Yes.
I asked you to say, and then an asteroid hit the Earth, and we all died.
Right. So there were a couple of, and listen, this is Steve from Stranger Things, and and prior to this, I thought maybe I was going to have to do a Q&A with him, so I did a little bit of research about him, and so I knew a little bit more about this gentleman. And as it turns out, I wasn't doing a Q&A; I was just introducing him, and that's fine. Yeah. So. Hannah's not there. I know, like, I have to leave. I have to get out of here. Like, I am, I'm
in a pretzel loop.
I have overstayed my welcome. I have moved on from pretzels. I don't even know what I don't know what the bridge from pretzels to Van Wilder was. But now I'm at Van Wilder, and because Ryan Reynolds is in Van Wilder.
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
So, and I'm relaying the story.
Another icebreaker.
I had a really great interaction and encounter with Ryan Reynolds at the Van Wilder screening and press junket in Panama City, and I'm relaying this story, and then I just hear a knock at the door. And I'm like, okay, let me answer the door. It's Hannah from Allied Advertising. So I open the door, and she goes, hey, there's some people out here who want to have their picture taken with you. And I go, oh, okay, And I start walking out the door. I get halfway out the door, and I go...
You weren't talking to me, were you?
Wait, no. No.
No, what?
She was talking to me.
Okay, all right.
All right. But I kind of made a joke, like, Joe, no, they want some pictures. She goes, no, they want pictures with you, with me. I'm like, oh, okay. And I walk halfway out the door, and it dawns on me that there's nobody out there to take pictures with me.
Oh my God.
The girl from Disney essentially texted Hannah, like, dude, get this guy the F out of here.
Oh no. Oh no.
Right? And it dawns on me, and I step out the door.
Oh God.
And then I turn back. I go, wait a second.
Oh God.
I go, did you send her a text message to tell her to come and get me?
Oh no. Oh no.
She did. She flat out did. I go, you did. I go, it's fine. I go, I get it. I go, I'm so sorry, man. Listen, sometimes I have no chill or whatever. But I go, I know you totally did that, right? And then I shut the door and I walk away with Hannah and I go, did she send the text message? She goes, yeah, she did. I was like, oh my God. And listen, I don't care that I called her out on it. I don't.
No.
Like, that's
if you're going to do it, you got to own it.
Yeah. I'm like, and you did. I don't know what the text to Hannah said. I don't know if it was like, hey,
get this guy.
Can you get this guy? I don't know if she was nice
Please
about it.
get him to talk about pretzels again.
Oh my God. But
I mean, we're closer with Hannah than them. You should really ask I want to know what the text said.
I would, you know what? I will ask her, but she confirmed that no, there was nobody out there to take pictures with me. So now I'm standing outside of this room, and there's a step and repeat background. Yeah. Nobody's there to take their picture with me, and now I'm like, oh my gosh, like.
Now you're thinking.
I was a child at this point, like I was so embarrassed, and I was like so inside my own head, and I was like, this is like This is terrible. I am so embarrassed. I almost felt like crying. And then, because like I was depressed, I was like I legit got depressed at who I am as a person. Like, you know, like, and then I was like a little bit mad. I'm like, but I wasn't.
MMRs. Yoo-hoo loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
All right, the word is learn, L-E-A-R-N. Give that to you now to enter. Learn, L-E-A-R-N. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. There are 3 ways for you to do that. You can text it the special contest short code number, which is 45911, or you can enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. So the word again is learn, L-E-A-R-N. Good luck to you. We got one last look at traffic. Marissa's going to get it to us. What's up this morning, Marissa?
There's a truck.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Jersey Mike's. Planning your game day football feast, Jersey Mike's has got you covered with everything you need for a great party or tailgate. You can order ahead on the Jersey Mike's app and skip the line. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. All right, we'll start with this really weird story. A private hospital in India has come under fire after a family of a deceased person, a deceased patient, has alleged that the hospital transfused fruit juice into this patient instead of platelets.
Oh. So will that work?
Fruit juice instead of platelets. Steve, the jury is still out.
Was it apricot juice? It was Fresca.
Police confirmed the information, and the private hospital has been sealed. The incident came into focus after a video of the alleged incident went viral on social media.
Just use fruit juice. They won't know.
The patient, Pradeep Pandey, was shifted to another hospital where he died after his condition deteriorated, officials said.
Because he probably needed blood.
Platelets were brought from a different medical facility, and the patient had a reaction after 3 units were transfused. In a tweet, the police said, taking cognizance of the viral video of the hospital where a dengue patient was transfused with sweet lemon juice instead of platelets.
I thought it would work. It says 5 alive.
On my directive, the hospital was sealed and the platelet packets have been sent for testing. I've never heard of anything like this before.
That's insane.
The officer said if found guilty, strict action will be taken against the hospital.
And remove the juices from the blood cabinet.
Wow, that's nuts. Police are investigating after they say a Cleveland father accidentally called a business to hire someone to murder his son. Wow. Police say they received a call from a business to report suspicious voicemails. An employee was alarmed because the messages indicated that a man wanted to put a $5,000 hit on another person, according to police.
Yes, hi, I'm looking to hire a hitman to kill someone I don't like. Could you get back to me?
The police said that detectives discovered the man misdialed an individual's number and accidentally left the messages at the business. The 58-year-old man from Cleveland admitted to making the calls.
Montgomery Tile.
And he was arrested. And according to police, they said he blamed the man blamed poor judgment from a previous argument with his son and alcohol for making the calls.
Putting a hit out on your own son.
He has been charged with felony complicity to commit murder. This is terrible. A Make-A-Wish disabled kid was tackled in a feel-good stunt gone wrong this week.
No.
The grandfather of the Make-A-Wish kid uploaded a video showing the disabled child taking a handoff during a youth football game, and appeared everyone was supposed to let him score.
Oh, my God.
But one person messed up and tackled him in the backfield.
I saw this.
The grandfather posted a follow-up video saying the kid who made the tackle apologized for the mistake. There was no hard feelings. He said Chris was not hurt in the football game, and Aiden apologized right away. It was a great learning experience. Yeah, the one kid either didn't realize that, hey, this is the play where it's going to happen, or whatever.
The way they tried, it was a mistake.
The Make-A-Wish kid was able to get a touchdown on the next play without being tackled.
Did you see the footage of the Pee Wee football game that took place? It's the weirdest footage I've ever seen. No one understands why it happened, but I guess the team mascot tackled one of the kids. He tackles the kid, and then like comes at the kid like he wants to fight. And the kid's punching this thing in the face.
No.
And we have yet to determine what the hell happened.
I don't know, but I love it. I love that. I have not seen that. I need to. Getting a flat tire sucks anytime, but a flat tire on your morning commute is a terrible way to start the day. Many drivers found that out the hard way on a California highway last week, causing a scene as dozens of cars pulled over to change their tires. California Highway Patrol said 36 drivers got flat tires on the 405 freeway near Mulholland Drive in Los Angeles on Wednesday. News video shows the drivers lined up, one after the other, on the shoulder with tow trucks assisting.
I'm sorry, did you say like it was a pothole or what was it?
No, I didn't say. Police believe that the flats were caused by a box of nails or other debris on the highway. They don't think there was any reason to suspect foul play. They think it just fell off of a work truck or something like that. These nails are tacks.
Yeah, we're looking at this, Preston. So it looks like they're waiting to get into a concert.
Yeah.
I hit a pothole that I was sure was going to take out my tire the other day, and I saw cars watched my car react to the, and that just sucks when that happens.
News video shows some people changing their tires right on the side of the highway, but many new cars these days lack spare tires, so you have to wait around for a tow truck. Authorities came across a mummified body in the bathtub of a home in Arizona as they investigated a burglary. Police said that officers were responding to a burglary Saturday when they discovered 65-year-old Christine Lee Walters rummaging through items inside the northwestern Arizona house. Walters was allegedly ransacking the home and selling the homeowner's purses, bags, and clothing online. Police said Walters told police that she didn't know the body was in the bathroom of the house.
Wouldn't there be a smell?
The deceased body was in a mummified state and is believed to be the homeowner. It's unknown how long the body was in the bathtub. The medical examiner identified the victim as 60-year-old Wendy Micah. Neighbors told police they assumed that their neighbor had moved away because she hadn't been seen in over a year. Officers said that it wasn't Walter's first time inside of the home, as she was reportedly there 2 days earlier. Police said they found pry marks on the door indicating forced entry into the home. They received a search warrant for her home, and then they located more items belonging to the victim, including a birth certificate, IRS paperwork, driver's license, and credit cards. Police also found drug paraphernalia items and a usable amount of methamphetamine. Walters was booked into the jail on 2 counts of burglary. They are seeking additional charges in that. And that is what we will end with in the bizarre file for now. You have 4 minutes left to enter the word learn for MMR's Yoo-Hoo Loot. All right, LEARN. 4 minutes left. You can do it by texting at the special contest short code number 45911 or enter it through the MMR app or at WMMR.com. We're going to come back in a moment. We'll get lesson, question, trash, and music news when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I'm being nice, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a nice person, but like, God, Case, you're a 46-year-old man. You should freaking know. You have met a celebrity before. Like, stop being such an a-hole.
You were excited over pretzels.
I was excited over
that. Was the problem. You were excited over great pretzels, and
I still want to open a franchise, and it's not that expensive to open a franchise. My wife said, "No, I'm not allowed to open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise." And I was trying to think of like, where could I open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise? Where could I?
I thought this would have been you going, I need to go back and apologize right now, and then go back in there and then they're with this guy again. Yeah. We can't get rid of him here.
What was the converse? Like, what was the? There was no conversation, right? Was it just you talking and not ending?
Right. All right. So, no, I try to get people involved in said conversation. So the questions were asked, I think, I'm pretty sure.
Do you recall a real exchange, like a conversation, or did you ask them to write down their questions and submit them to you?
I don't know.
So was there any point at which...
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, there were questions asked, and you didn't breathe to let them answer.
I had another moment over the weekend, too. Where
Well, wait. Before you go to that, to this point, did you encounter them again? Did you get a chance to apologize to him, our buddy from Stranger?
I talked to the guy.
Yeah.
All right, so I never talked to the girl again from Disney. I talked to the guy. So I had gone into the theater after I had walked away and hung my head in shame for 10 to 15 minutes and texted you guys to try and make myself feel a little bit better. I was then asked to go into the theater to let people, because they collect your phones a lot of times before. So they had just gotten approval to let everybody have their phones back, and then I announced a surprise to hey, by the way, we have one of the stars here, so if you want to take a picture while he's in the theater, you can go get your cameras now. So I did that, and then I brought Joe on to the stage, and while Joe was addressing the crowd, I talked to the gentleman. I go, yo, man, I'm so sorry. I go, listen, sometimes I have no chill. And he was so cool. He goes, dude, he's like, you were fine. He's like, he's like, I want to hear the rest of the story.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm like, this guy, you're
Was
lying.
he texting while he said that?
No. I'm like, you're lying, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. And
you know
then
how sometimes we have these events and there's the person who's in charge of making sure that the other person's okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if the publicist did that on Joe's behalf and he didn't care at all. Like
there's a good chance that was the case.
And
Like you said,
she's just trying to put up a barrier and get out in front of a situation, because I've been at these things before, and I've been at them with you, and you're just friendly and you're you're totally fine. But every now and then, somebody gets weirded out.
You're speaking the truth. 9 times out of 10, it is not the celebrity who has put these restrictions on. It is the handler.
Or it could be like that scene in The Running Man where Richard Dawson, the guy mops over his feet and he goes, hey, you're doing a great job. And he walks in the other room. That a-hole is working here. Later on today, you're going to be mopping the floor. But is there a chance maybe we could see about getting Joe on to talk to him and just say,
hey, are we okay? I'm really sorry.
I'd love to talk to him. I'd love to interview him anyway.
I would too.
But,
I really would love to have an opportunity to perhaps.
Well, go to the Disney rep. She was impressed.
Yeah, I know. No, here's the deal. If we were to get Joe on, he's not gonna be like, yeah, dude. He's going to be very diplomatic in that. But
Casey, I've had more moments in my life like that where I've walked out of a room and just felt horrible about myself for whatever way I reacted or have just presented myself, and it's a common thing, I mean,
I told you guys about this.
It lives in you.
Yeah, it does.
I told you guys about this, and I'll just call it an argument that I had in a Wawa parking lot too long ago. And I felt worse about this encounter than I did about that encounter. I really did. I felt worse about myself.
And that one almost came to blows.
No, it did.
Yeah.
It did. And I won't go into details, but I will let everybody know that I was in the wrong to begin with. But I had a very similar experience on Saturday night at the Fish concert. I was talking to a gentleman named Dave who he was telling me about these guys that were standing behind me, and one of the guys just so happens to be a guitarist of a band that I actually just started listening to, and I was like, what?
Pretzels!
I'm like, oh my God, Corey Wong!
Pretzels! I like pretzels! Do you like pretzels?
You ever had a Wetzel's pretzel? No. So a guy's name's Corey Wong, and he's a guitarist for a band, Wolfpack. And
I love Wolfpack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do I. And I started going a little bit off the rails. And then Dave, who introduced us, he sort of had to qualify it. Hey, this guy is the producer for the #1 morning show in Philadelphia. Yeah. And that's what he says. And I'm like, oh, man.
I did it again.
I'm doing it again. I'm like, he's totally, he's saying to this guy, this dude's not just although I am.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, all right, let's reel it back a little bit. But this one time when you did the thing, no. So I tried to reel it back.
Pretzel bread. I like bread. So listen,
I didn't feel as
you
bad about
probably
that
felt
encounter.
it was worse than it was because now you were hyper aware of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't that bad.
It's challenging though too, because when you're with friends, when you're with loved ones, everybody smiles and nods and it's cool. When you're with strangers or somebody you've never met before, it changes the dynamic. And you have no idea what was going through Joe Keery's head. I'm sure he's fine and probably hasn't thought about it since then.
Right. Well, and
or that's the subject of his new movie.
Now, I've also been on the receiving end of a few of these experiences, right? People listen to the show and they're huge fans. Or, somebody will introduce me to somebody who clearly doesn't listen to the show, and that's fine, too. And now these people have to act like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, you don't have to.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to listen. I know you don't, and it's fun. But because of that, because of my experience that I had with Joe Keery, and to anybody, if you want to come up and say hi to me at a restaurant or a Wawa or where, like, please do it.
Absolutely.
Because the deal is, like, I don't have a job if it's not for you that's listening right now. Like, it's just, it's as simple as that. Like, all these great luxuries that I'm able to provide for my family are a direct result of you in your car or your home or your office or whatever listening to me right now. And so, same thing for you, Joe Keery. No. Pretzels! Pretzels!
Wouldn't it be great if you guys open up a pretzel franchise, you and Joe Keery? You know?
I just want to own it by myself.
Local broadcasters open up a Wetzel's Pretzels with one of the stars of Stranger Things.
This is my thing. This is not Joe Keery's thing. This is my thing. And
I was trying to find a bridge.
No, there is no bridge. And you know what? And so at the very end of the night, an asteroid hit and we all died.
Right.
There you go.
So the worst part of this whole story, guys, is once I got done introducing the film and I walked out of the movie theater, I went to go to Wetzel's Pretzels because I wanted to buy some more to bring home to my family.
They were closed.
It was closed! I was like, what did you do with all those extra pretzels that were in the display case?
When was the last time? When was the last time you remember an all-night pretzel place?
It wasn't that late. It wasn't even 8 o'clock.
Was it as quickly when they introduced you to Joe? Was it as quickly? Hey man, how you doing? Hey, have you ever had Wetzel's Pretzels before? Was it that quick?
It was pretty close.
Yeah,
it was pretty damn close.
That
I think I've seen you do that before.
Yeah.
I've seen you do that type of thing where it's like, and I know what you're doing. You're just looking to have a normal conversation.
It's an
with
icebreaker.
someone,
You're gonna charm them.
All right. Well, anyhow, we have to take a break, I think, right?
No, we do. As a matter of fact,
because otherwise I would go to these calls, but we have to.
No, we got to take a break.
The regional manager of Wetzel's Pretzels is on.
Santa's got to go.
He's
Pretzels got to go.
The Northeast region and wants to talk to you about franchise opportunities.
Listen, the closest one here is at the Fashion District. I already checked, and like they're in like North Jersey, but that's the only one that is around here.
All right.
So
I can't believe the winner in all of this is Wetzel's Pretzels.
Right, big time.
You know?
You kidding me? Kate Middleton and Prince William are opening up about their family life and what it's like behind palace walls.
We enjoy swinging.
The pair joined baking guru Mary Berry for a Berry Royal Christmas.
I love her.
On the BBC.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Sharing his perspective on how he has been talking to his kids about the causes they champion. William noted that when he drives Prince George and Princess Charlotte to school, they point out homeless people and ask questions.
Daddy, run over them. They frighten me. Will do.
He said on the school run, I know it sounds a little bit...
I killed that one.
Got one.
Keep score back there. Do you all have a pad and paper, pencils and such? 1-1.
I almost had to pull over. It was
likewise
that bad, and I rarely get to that point, but I couldn't see anything. It was crazy.
I kid you not. I stepped out, the door. I got, everything. I got ready to go. Stepped out from underneath the porch, the overhang, and at that second, the sky opened up. And then getting in the car, I was like, do I just sit here and wait or what?
I know. And so hopefully we don't say anything like that. Next couple of days is going to be okay. We'll have some morning showers tomorrow, high of about 73, and then after that, we're in the clear as far as rain goes, and low 70s, upper 80s, 60s, not 80s,
upper 90s.
I have a lesson question I'm going to ask. We're going to give away a 4-pack of tickets for the All Elite Wrestling Friday, November 4th at Boardwalk Hall. And the question I will ask you is this: when it comes to Irish fried chicken. Bono wants to put a little yum-yum in your what? 215-263-WMMR. When it comes to Irish fried chicken, Bono wants to put a little yum-yum in your what? If you were listening and you heard it, you should call 215-263-WMMR.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
This morning it is brought to you by Jersey Mike's. Planning your game day football feast, Jersey Mike's has got you covered with everything you need for a great party or tailgate. You can order ahead on the Jersey Mike's app and skip the line. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, she's denied having plastic surgery, but now Khloe Kardashian says she wants a boob job so she can have cleavage. Chloe says doctors plan on augmenting her breast by using discarded Caitlyn Jenner nutsack.
Oh, my God.
Former Deal or No Deal models are continuing to contradict Meghan Markle's claims that she was forced to be a, quote, briefcase bimbo. Former show model Claudia Jordan says Markle wasn't forced to do anything and, in fact, pitched another show to the producers called Suitcase Sluts.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Taylor Swift, hinting that the person who inspired her song Would've, Could've, Should've off her new album Midnights is John Mayer, said a remote Amazonian tribal chieftain, quote, well, it was either him or Jake Gyllenhaal. And that's your Hollywood.
All right. Let's see if we can get an answer to the question. When it comes to Irish fried chicken, Bono wants to put a little yum-yum in your what? 215-263 WMMR. We're going to go to Grant. Hey, Grant.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Gadzooks. But all right, when it comes to fried chicken, Bono wants to put a little yum-yum in your what?
Yum-yum in your tum-tum.
That is correct. Hang on, buddy. We are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the All Elite Wrestling event Friday, November 4th at Boardwalk Hall. AEW Rampage returns to Atlantic City. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com and AEWTix.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Family and Company Jewelers. Head to the Viraggio Bridal Sale November 3rd through the 5th for huge savings on Viraggio engagement rings. Save hundreds, maybe even thousands of dollars at South Jersey's Diamond Destination. Matt Skiba revealed that he recorded 8 or 9 songs of Blink-182, which may never be released now that Tom DeLonge has joined the band.
Oh, that would be bad.
He had said that there's almost a whole album's worth of stuff. It was supposed to be an EP, and it just kept going and going. They finished around the time that Mark Hopper was diagnosed with cancer. In case anybody thinks that Skiba might be unhappy over the fact that they were shelving his material, he insisted he couldn't be happier to see Blink-182's classic lineup reunited.
That's nice. It's cool.
Yeah, he said, I'm proud of the work that I did with them. We had a great time. There's no bad blood. There's no drama. There's no nothing. It's just the next...
Nothing!
There's...
Nothing is over! I'm not playing with Blink anymore!
It is...
Get over it!
It's just the next chapter of the band's life, he said.
That ain't you!
Skiba continued saying... continues singing with Alkaline Trio and says it's going to be a long road that they all have in the band. So.
It's a long...
Coming back from Vietnam, finding out I'm not in the band anymore.
The initial Taylor Hawkins Memorial Concert at London's Wembley Stadium was just as emotional off stage as the fans thought. According to Brian Johnson, he just published his latest book, an official memoir titled The Lives of Brian. At the September 3rd show at Wembley, Brian Johnson took the stage with Foo Fighters and Lars Ulrich and The Darkness's Justin Hawkins, and they did a double dose of AC/DC classics, Back in Black and Let There Be Rock. He said, I never felt so much love backstage from everybody. For one man and his whole family was there and were hugged, and his sons, just old friends. You know, I saw Joe Walsh coming off stage and I went, Joe Walsh, you didn't tell me you were here. And he came over and he hugged us and he said, Brian Johnson, now I know everything's going to be all right. And I was ready to rock. And, you know, he said, young Lars was on the drums there. He said, it meant a lot to me. And, you know, young Dave just sitting, smiling his ass off. So he said it was just a great, just loving experience. Everybody was just in high spirits.
I wonder if they're going to release like on Blu-ray or something, or, you know, a collection of this, maybe both of these synthesized into one amazing record package.
I got to believe it. I have to.
And what would you expect to pay for such an amazing record package?
I would pay a fair amount for such an amazing package. Hey, the first day of the When We Were Young festival in Las Vegas was canceled due to potential of up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Would have been a nightmare.
At the Las Vegas festival grounds. Yeah, dude, 60 miles an hour, that's no joke.
You topple everything.
Yep. The event was set to kick off on Saturday, but that was pushed back to Sunday due to the wind advisory.
It was a cool bill.
Yeah.
This one's cool. Next year, I'm going.
Yeah.
Hands
All right.
down. Have to.
That's the one that's going to be like Blink and
Green Day
yeah.
and Less Than Jake and Bowling for Soup and yeah.
The statement said that this was not a decision that came lightly. We know that many of you traveled to the area to have a spectacular day with your favorite bands and have been looking forward to this day for months. We were equally as excited and are devastated to have to share this news.
I know. So Burning Man was a little while back, and
Yes.
I'm just starting to see footage from that. Did you see the drone show footage from Burning
the
Man?
stuff they can do now,
Insane.
it's increased exponentially. It just seems like a couple of years ago we were kind of wowed with what like the Muse presentation.
Yeah.
Now there's like full in the air animations.
Nick was at the Dave Matthews Band show at the Gorge.
Yeah.
And showed me video that he took. It is insane.
It's really impressive. And like they Casey, I guess it probably did something similar at the Burning Man, but like they make these shapes and these, they can sort of evolve from one character into the next. It's really impressive.
Robot like walking.
Yes.
The dude who was
Yes.
like holding a top hat, and he put the top hat on, and then fell
Like in the
down,
city
and-
skyline. It's,
Yeah.
it's incredible stuff. Like we're watching it morph into a face here. But the thing is, if you've ever flown any of like the DJI drones or whatever, the precise movements of just those, and these are probably more on a real pro end. But I mean, I can't even imagine the synchronization. I mean, you talk about like a fireworks display that's very elaborate. How many drones are in this shot? It's got to be hundreds.
Yeah.
Steve, I got a message this weekend from our friends at Celebration Fireworks who do the campfire fireworks. They're doing this now.
Oh, God. Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
Cannot wait.
They can't do it at camp out because it's too close to the airport.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
But
Sometime we have to find a reason.
they
and a
have
place.
they have some other ideas.
All right.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
other ideas.
It's just amazing that the GPS in the unit has to have the location has to be perfect.
Yeah.
It has to be
I mean, this is precise.
yeah.
It's amazing.
As far as it's incredible.
It's freaking amazing. Make it look like a big bird flying in the sky.
In fact, Steve, I saw a video of a guy who always decorates his house for Halloween in a crazy over-the-top fashion. He has added this
a drone component
to it, and he's doing 400-foot tall, like the Mind Flayer from Stranger Things. It's unbelievable.
So that it has to be an amazing case I've seen.
We're watching the video now. This is the video of the guy that I'm talking about, and all that stuff, that drone stuff is going on in the air. Now he has spent,
more than that house.
Probably. Because
yeah.
You remember I told you guys I read an email from a guy who was doing this projecting onto his home, and I showed you the video.
Yeah.
He told me that just the unit alone, it costs about $10,000.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So to do this with the drone stuff, it's got to be tens of thousands of dollars.
And you have to, with all those props spinning,
you got to program it. Yeah, and all that noise. Yeah. All right. And finally, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to go off.
We
on that.
digressed.
This is a sad story to end music news with, but I'm going to include it. Carly Simon is mourning the loss of her two sisters who died of cancer this week, only one day apart. Joanne Simon died on October 19th of thyroid cancer. She was 85. With Lucy Simon passing the next day of metastatic breast cancer. She was 82. How horrible. A 1-2 punch like that.
How old is Carly Simon?
She is, I'm not sure.
Okay.
The Simon's brother, noted photographer Peter Simon, died in 2018. He was 71. By the way, the Simons are the children of Simon & Schuster co-founder Richard L. Simon.
Oh, really?
Yeah. On November 5th, Carly will be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which will be held at LA's Microsoft Theater.
I grew up next to Loretta Madlibs, and she was heir to the Madlibs fortune.
So Carly, I think, is 78 years old, Steve.
Well, okay.
Yeah, so the Madlibs.
Loretta.
Yeah, Loretta
She's still
Madlib.
alive, or?
Loretta.
Barely.
Loretta. Cheers. Look, there we go. That's Nick Tortelli.
She is adjective.
She's not feeling adjective.
Yeah. All right, and that's all I have in music news for you. What?
Just the show today was such a train wreck.
That is all over the
loved it.
place,
It was
yeah.
so
It's
much fun.
like we just went to the World Series.
Yeah, something like that. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll wrap it up. Pierre Robert will be with us. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. Make sure you stick around.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Preston and Steve.
William also highlighted his late mother, Princess Diana's work, and credited her with opening his and brother Harry's eyes. And he said that a visit to the Passage Homeless Charity was one of the first places I came to, actually. It must have been between 8 and 10 years old, something like that, and it had a profound effect on me. He said, my mother knew what she was doing with it. She realized that it was very important when you grow up, especially in the life that we grew up in, that you realize that life happens beyond palace walls and that you see the real people struggling with real issues.
And this is the cake woman they're talking to?
This is the cake woman.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me all this time?
Yeah. Mary Berry. And
I simply asked, how are you doing?
The special aired yesterday on the BBC, by the way.
There was a throwaway line that made a lot of press. I guess it was in the Daily Mail. She said to Kate Middleton, basically something like, would you like to squirt on the cake?
Oh, geez.
And so there was actually isolation. They thought that was rather amusing. Why don't you lift up your skirt, hop up on the table, and squirt on the cake? Squirt. You know, like they do in pornographic films.
Royal jelly.
Royal jelly. Wow, you're like a geyser.
Okay. Kevin Costner has set a new drama at ABC. ISB will tell the story of elite special agents of the Investigative Services Branch, whose job it is to solve the most complex and heinous crimes committed in national parks in the Pacific West region.
ISB?
ISB. He is going to produce and write this. It's a procedural. Former The Flash showrunner Aaron Helberg and Costner will co-write and executive produce. And Helbing will also be, act as the showrunner. I don't think he's planning on acting.
He's producing
in the whole thing.
He's also producing a series for NBC called DVDA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which and it's another division, Preston.
I guess that is.
They have there's 2 openings in that particular division.
Jesus. Oh, and there's 2 different divisions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So 4 openings total.
Yeah.
No, 2 openings,
just 2
4
openings.
positions.
Wow. I'm with DVDA. Any openings there are 2.
You guys are talking about the Delaware Valley Dance Academy, right?
Yes, of course.
Yes,
4
right.
positions.
4 positions for 2 openings.
Right.
I needed
Look up
that.
DVDA.
I needed that.
Or don't.
Yeah. Or don't.
No, or just watch Blue Waffle.
Or you could just know what that
Go
is.
about the rest of your day without doing that.
Did you guys see the updated ET commercial that's
I
going on?
did.
It's
Yeah.
great. I love it.
It is
Steven
cool.
Spielberg directed it.
Did he?
That's what
I was wondering because
that's what I read.
I'm like, you can't tread on Steven Spielberg's territory.
Yeah. Well, Henry Thomas, who played Elliot, allegedly tampered with his sobriety test during a DWI stop. According to a police report obtained by TMZ, he refused a breathalyzer during a stop in Oregon. He was reportedly taken to a station and put in a holding cell. And when a urine sample was taken, the report claims he filled it with toilet water.
The oldest trick in the book. E.T. taught him that.
He denies the claim.
If you're ever arrested for drinking, take your urine specimen and mix it with toilet water.
He denies the claim. Last month, the 48-year-old pleaded no contest to driving under the influence. He was given a $500 fine. I was also told to attend a victim impact panel and install a car breathalyzer.
Here, I'll piss in a cup for you.
Oh my God!
There are no minerals in this urine that are not even on Earth anywhere.
It's purple.
It looks like the purple stuff. You drink instead of Sunny Delight.
Breaking news.
Really?
What's up?
Marissa was just telling me you sent it over. Okay. We heard rumblings about this, I guess, Monday, that Pearl Jam is going to have new music out?
Oh, yeah. Bill mentioned something to us about that.
Okay. We have a clip of the song Marissa just sent over.
Oh.
And she's going to get you some information on the album. What's the name of the song, Marissa?
I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She does not. What is it?
It's called Four Corners.
Four Corners.
Four Corners. Just a clip of the song. You want to play?
Ready to go now?
Yeah.
Did you finish the endorsement or the?
I did.
Okay.
I did. Yeah. So limited time offer was the last part of that.
All right.
New music, Pearl Jam. Just a clip of it.
Like 40
Very cool.
seconds.
All right. Here we go. Let's check this out.
Hook, line, and sinker. Even
as soon as the vocals started, his head popped up.
But it was believable vocals. The first line of the vocals, I was like, well, Casey's going to make fun of this. What's the guitar?
It's actually Mike McCready.
It's Mike McCready. Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
But you can play now. Both you can play.
Not this.
Nick McAway. Nick McAway, I got you.
You know how some songs speak to you more than others?
Yeah. I think this one hits you where you live.
This one speaks to me.
That speaks directly to you.
Yeah,
I mean, it's for crying out
gets
loud.
me in all the feels, man.
Casey was so excited.
Oh,
he played that for me yesterday.
I was even more excited last night when Nick tweeted out you had answered somebody's tweet about Pearl Jam coming out with new music this week. I was like, oh my God, this is so perfect.
Well, there's and I saw that you liked that tweet, by the way. There's a
Now we know why he liked that tweet.
There's a Pearl Jam account in Italy that actually helps break some Pearl Jam news around the world or whatever. And
Pearl Jamma.
No, it's Pearl Jam Online Italia, and we've been talking about possible new Pearl Jam music all week because we heard from Bill Weston that there might be some.
That's not it.
And well, no, clearly. But the more we talk about it and the less that actual Pearl Jam music shows up, the more nervous I am about actually talking about it on air because it's just been rumors thus far. You know, we haven't actually had any. So then you got me today. I mean,
Nick McAway.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Because he was certainly impressed with MMR and the whole thing, and you know the reference. If at some point some reference in some way pertaining to you, Nick, ended up in a song, whether it be not by name or a reference or something.
just
or
call
the
it a day
station.
at that point. I just retire if that ever happened.
Yeah.
I'm done.
All right. So that's your breaking news.
Breaking news.
Music news this morning. Brand new Pearl Jam. No, the rumor is actually that there is new music from the band that's supposed to surface.
Supposedly?
Supposedly. I ask you. I guess this week, but whether that comes to pass or not, remains to be seen. So we will see. And yes, we got a lot of people texting that you got them as well.
Nice.
Some phone calls coming in too. So please welcome Mr. Frank Callahan to the show.
What a great entrance. I walked in and I met old friends from the hallway.
Wow.
It was somebody from another station down the hall was like, wait a second, are you Frank Caliendo? I'm like, yeah. He goes, okay. And then he walked away and didn't let me in. And then I'm just standing there with these other guys, and which we became great
seriously?
friends. No, yeah. And
sometimes you just know.
And then, and then I was like, "You're not gonna just let me in? I would have left these guys here in a heartbeat. I have no problem with that." And they're like, "We would have done it too." They're like, "You're just stuck here with these two creepy guys." I'm like, "You have no idea what my life is like. You're zero on the creepy meter. Creepy meter doesn't even come close to get." They were very nice.
I feel like it's gotten to a point where we should just give you a key fob so you can get in.
I would take it. I have stations where I have that.
You do have the key fob accessibility?
Yeah, I've had that and entry codes like in Arizona.
You know, but now here you have construction going on, so you'd be at actual
I also have a
physical
key.
peril.
I have a key to a crane.
Patty giving us some musical closure this morning on 93.3 WMMR, at least for the Preston and Steve show. Running down the train, 10:42. And it certainly feels like a dream as the city is just in a great mood, man. Headed to the World Series. It's a beautiful thing. We had a chance to have a few discussions about it today, including we spoke to this gal, Tracy, who caught Bryce Harper's big home run ball last night.
That's amazing.
Yeah, cool story. Cool stories. You know, you don't think about that, about who that person is. But, yeah, she called in and was there with some friends and happened to be lucky enough to get her hand on the ball, and boom, she's got it now.
Yeah.
I was just getting cleaning tips from Pancake. I wore my nice new Nikes out to Broad Street last night, and they're covered in beer. So he was telling me how to clean them.
Oh, man. Well, thank God.
Totally worth it.
For his tips. Also, thank you to Michael Barkan from NBC Sports Philadelphia. He is an awesome human being, and we had a nice chat about the Phils as well. And, you know, He's being realistic about expectations and, says, hey, man, it's 50-50. You get a hot team, but you also have one of the best teams or the best team. And we'll see what happens.
I love watching a post game with Barkan because he's just a great host. And I'm not saying this to kiss your ass, but he's kind of like you, Preston. He's sort of, there's a circus going on in that studio, and there's Ricky Bottalico is being Ricky, and Ben Davis is kind of a straight man, but Ruben is all over the place, and Steve is making you laugh. But Barkan does a great job at moving the conversation forward, and then going down in the locker room where they're celebrating and stuff. He's a really impressive host.
I agree. He's my favorite. So great to see him and join him for pre and post game and all that good stuff on NBC Sports Philadelphia. And I think that's it as far as the thank yous go. Pierre Robert is here. How you doing, man?
I don't know.
Sorry, I didn't have your mic on.
I told them to kick ass, and they did. That's all I know. That I know. I chew sports. I snort sports. I eat sports. I chomp on sports. I spit it out, and I swallow it back again.
That's great.
That's what I know.
Man, you are. In this city, you are.
I am.
You are sports.
I am sports.
Yeah.
Michael Barkin can kiss my ass.
Oh.
I think in 2008...
He's a wuss.
You went out in the city after they won, right? Didn't you take the Roving Rock microphone?
Yes, I did on Broad Street for both the Phillies win and the Eagles win. And I had no intention of being in town last night whatsoever. But then I was in town in the afternoon for a birthday brunch for a friend. And then there's this antique store I like, and I went by there. And then I said, well, maybe a beer before going home. And then they had the athletic competition on the beer, and these people making so much noise. Yelling.
I'm trying to read.
I'm trying to have my beer. I don't know. Leave me alone. What do I know? Is what I know. But they wouldn't. They just kept yelling.
I'm reading Sylvia Plath.
They had these two guys had two dogs in the bar, two little dogs, one in a Phillies outfit. It was very cute. And then I don't know how to read all those various numbers they have. And I said to some citizen next to me, how much longer does this thing have to go? And he goes, see the 8? It only goes to 9. And I go, oh, I thought it went to 11. And he goes, no, it only goes to 9. And then the bearded guy and then that super bearded guy were there with the eye makeup, and then they just and then they erupted.
Under their eye.
Super bearded guy with the eye makeup.
Probably Bryce.
Okay.
Well, there's
Bryce
a super
Harper
bearded guy with this giant
you're talking about
beard.
Brandon Marsh.
Marsh, yeah. Okay.
And then there's the less bearded guy who was the star of the thing.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And then
Less bearded guy up at the plate.
Yeah, bearded guy up. And then I was going to see, then Cindy Drew texted me, of our sister station MGK MMR alum, and she is really big in the movie scene. The Philadelphia Film Society was happening, and they were, that's the guy, whatever he is.
Up on the screen here.
That's Brandon Marsh,
with the makeup on. And and then
It's a tribute to Adam Ant.
Yes, it is. Then I said, oh, she invited me to a screening of a film called Rittenhouse Square, directed by a director that you guys know, and he's from here, but I can't remember what his name is.
It's okay.
Brandon or Brendan something, and Nick Nolte was there.
He was there for the premiere.
Yeah, and so
That's where he plays sort of like a homeless guy,
he's
right?
a homeless vet in Rittenhouse Square who meets his.
I don't know.
He was Nick Nolte is the epitome of that character in this movie, and then in real life, I mean, he really talks like that. He has, he's had a hard life,
right?
But God bless him, he was there, and I watched this movie. It was really intense.
Did you get to talk to him?
I somehow one of the producers was there and says, oh, get up in the line. And so there's this line of the director and Nick Nolte and one of the stars and somebody else and me with the backdrop. And I'm going, how did this happen? I have no business being here, but I'm waving to the cameras, a little mini paparazzi, Academy Awards thing. And then I went in and watched the film, and it was stunning, amazing.
Wow!
But I have a little clip of Cindy talking to the director, And then he grew up in Philly, and I said, "Did you ever listen to MMR?" And the first thing he said is Preston and Steve.
Oh,
that's cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Brandon Eric Kamen is
That's
his
the
name.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he really nice young guy, and it's only his second film. I mean, if you haven't had him on, you will want to have him on at some point. And I think this Rittenhouse Square shows again at some point over the run of the festival.
Very nice. Very cool.
But on the way up to Broad Street, I'm crossing over from 11th, and I'm walking down Walnut Street, and then you get to Broad Street, and it was chaos.
Well, it was an afternoon game too, so it started at 2:30, so it wasn't chaos too terribly late, although I'm sure it went into the wee hours. But the chaos started around 6:30, 7 o'clock, something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
I was talking to various police officers along the way, and Broad Street was entirely blocked off. And there were quadrants. So just south of City Hall, between City Hall and Chestnut, was this massive cotillion of humanity chanting. And, so by all accounts, they didn't, go crazy, which is good. Mm-hmm. I hate it when I was at both World Series wins and Eagles wins, and they won, and it was great festive celebration, and then people started lighting fires, and I'm going,
Yeah, it
what
happens
the hell?
in a lot of cities. It's stupid.
It does happen.
Well, after
it's dumb. Yeah.
After your
I agree.
screening, the audience let out and started flipping over cars and setting things on fire.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
The
just because-
indie film crowd is very destructive.
Very, very destructive. So there it is. Anyway, it was quite a wild evening.
Okay. Should we get the letter of the day from you?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
P, as in pamper yourself.
All right, that's a good idea. And we're going to give away a stateside vodka prize pack, including a $100 gift certificate to the distillery, 2 bottles of their 1.75 liter stateside vodka, and a case of stateside vodka soda variety pack, and a case of their Surfside iced tea and vodka. You'll have plenty of vodka by the time we get to the end of the week. What is up on your program today, sir?
Before I mention that, I just wanted to mention today is the last day in Pennsylvania to register to vote. It's very easy to do. And if you're eligible, please register. If you are registered, please get out and vote in a couple of weeks. There's very tight elections all around the country, and your vote makes a difference, particularly if you're a younger guy. I don't feel like it. Feel like it. It's really important to vote. It's a good thing. Having said that, I've got Yoo-Hoo Loot at noon and 3 p.m. I've got Linkin Park. Their debut album was released today. I've got the Rolling Stones for Bill Wyman's birthday, and ZZ Top.
Wonderful. Thank you, Pierre, and thank you to our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets Fresh Foods, local flavors, and by Sunoco. With the new Sunoco Go Rewards app, when you fuel, you save. Download the app to start saving. Tomorrow's Tuesday. We'll give away some ink. Preston and Steve Tattoos Day takes place, and we'll have crime investigator Sarah Kalian on the program.
Oh, very cool.
As well. So we'll get in some other things, too. Don't forget Yoo-Hoo Loot and all that. Pierre's got that coming up next. Ray John, have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.